The Hague in the Netherlands. Greetings, world. Welcome to this run-up to the Climate Launchpad that will be tomorrow, the award ceremony. My name is Aldit Hunka. I'm probably the only global freestyle multimedia journalist in the world. My core business is moderating conferences, debates, and talk shows worldwide. I'm also a videographer and a media coach, and it's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you today and tomorrow. I'm not your only moderator. Please meet Farid Tabarki, founder of Studio Zeitgeist, much acclaimed contributor to the Dutch Financial Journal, recipient of the Trend Watcher of the Year award a couple of years ago, among many other things. Are you looking forward to this, Farid?
I can't wait for today and tomorrow.
You can't wait. Well, we started, so the time is now. So this morning you've been extremely busy with your workshops and networking online. I hope you had fun. Let me take you through the rest of today's program. So Climate Launchpad started 6 years ago and now runs in 60 countries, all with the same objective of fixing climate change one startup at a time. Out of 3,000 contestants worldwide, the best 16 will be announced today, and out of those 16, number 1 will be announced tomorrow. So there's a lot at stake, and nerves all across the globe are frayed at this moment. Now, in this program, Farid and I will be talking to a great variety of people about climate innovation, and due to COVID-19, they will all join us online. Now, the role of you, the audience, is to simply be amazed, to share this event on your social media using the hashtag ClimateLaunchpad, and to vote for who you think should be the ultimate winner. The public votes tomorrow will count for 50%, as will the jury votes. And last but not least, we invite you to contribute to this event with your questions and your comments in the chat area. So, is everybody set? Let's start with Farid, who will talk to Climate Launchpad founder Frans Nauta. Take it away, Farid.
Yes, the only person live in our studio. Frans, great you're here. In a special day, I would say, for you, and a special yesterday also. Let's talk us through what happened yesterday and this morning for a start.
Yeah, so yesterday we had what we call the theme finals.
Yep.
So we have 8 themes where teams were competing, and the number 1 and 2 of each of those finals will go into what we call the grand final, which is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, to be announced later this afternoon.
Yeah, and
ooh,
this is the envelope, guys. I already know, but I'm not going to announce. We have someone else for that.
Absolutely.
So that happened yesterday. Normally, I'm basically having your roles.
Yep.
So I rarely see startups pitching in the finals, but yesterday I could actually watch many of them online. It was fantastic. So I've seen several startups, like, wow. So quality level is really high this year. Big shout out to all the organizations that made this possible. So EIT Climate-KIC for funding it, Irish Aid for funding it, Delft University of Technology for sort of being our organizational backbone. And then, of course, all these partners in all these countries that have run this. And in February, we were completely ready to start in our normal way, trainers traveling everywhere. And then, boom, we suddenly had to move the whole thing online.
Yep.
Big shout out to everybody in the world who just, everybody swapped their mindset and we made it happen. And actually, it's pretty great experience. Of course, I would really, really enjoy being in a room with all these founders. It's even better, but this is pretty good second option.
So, of course.
Yeah.
And this morning, what happened this morning already? You joined
this morning we had about 10 different speakers, basically sort of all kinds of different expertises, talking about where they see the next big thing. Mm-hmm. And today, this afternoon, we're going to take it even a little further. Basically, we're running a TV show now, and you're our TV host. And we have some amazing speakers. So in the next block, we're going to talk about how big businesses, bit from European perspective, but also we have a speaker from India, how they can collaborate with startups, because we say we want to fix it one startup at a time. Well, these corporations also have to move, and many of them have figured it out that they actually have to. Some of them probably won't. Well, that's fine. They'll go bankrupt. But we want to look at the ones that are actually moving forward. So that
we will absolutely do so.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. We have 2 people who are really I would call them future gazers. One really from a technology perspective, the other more from a sort of native culture perspective on innovations, what you can learn from. So all our startups sort of should be able to see new opportunities from that. We're going to look at startup ecosystems. We have 2 speakers for that. And of course, we have someone who's very important behind the scenes in the European Union, who will discuss what the European sort of Green New Deal will mean for startups. So I think it's a fantastic program. And in all honesty, we could never have done that without doing all of this online, because all these people are so busy, they wouldn't be able to travel.
On one location, impossible.
Yeah.
We'll hear about the program from Altid later on, what's going to happen this afternoon. It's very exciting. You said yourself, it's a special edition, because what happened from February, March this year. What can we learn from the crisis in the last couple of months compared to the scene and the startup scene globally happening at the moment?
Well, so if there's one thing that I think this whole generation of entrepreneurs will figure from this, is that change is actually much more possible than we tend to think. Like, we've been talking about video conferencing for years, for decades. I vividly remember that I was in 2001, I was in Stockholm and got a video conference present. That's 19 years ago. And but like, all these tools have been available, and now we all had to switch. Happened in 2 weeks. Like, education, big businesses, startups, we all moved online. So
what you're saying, the mindset of making a big difference, making a mindset, is actually what happened in the last couple of months. And that makes it easier for...
I'm guessing people sort of will take from this that they think, wow, change is actually quite possible. As long as we sort of imagine, and then of course it helps if there's a very strong driver behind it. So it's not only, yes, it's possible, but when there's an urgency, everything becomes more easy.
Okay, that's interesting. So it's about that the change is possible. Is there another thing where the last couple of months, although it's a crisis, it's horrible with death and et cetera, but also where we see a chance for the mission that you're on together with ClimateLaunchpad?
So, well, if there's one thing that I've been blown away, so we have countries participating from Africa, from South America, from Asia, Australia, Europe, America. So basically every continent except Antarctica is part of ClimateLaunchpad. So you get a pretty interesting picture of what people are working on. Like, you see the future 5 years from now. I vividly remember seeing
that's a great job, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not complaining at all. And like, for instance, 2 years ago, we had a trend that everybody was working on replacement for plastic straws.
Yeah, that's funny.
That was the fashion. Last year, it was packaging for single-use packaging for food and containers like that. This year, I've seen many sort of more deep technology startups come up. And you'll see it in the list. And what is also super interesting, really spread out all across the globe. So so yesterday I was in awe, actually, of like, wow, this is really interesting. So so maybe the main thing I would say, if there's one lesson from COVID-19, is, okay, there's a crisis. People are really great at creating crises. Like, climate change is our own crisis. We made it ourselves. And now we're solving it. There are 170 teams across the world, and they're probably getting $100,000 or euros or whatever currency you want to have per day to work on it. And we're going to solve this. COVID-19, is a bad nightmare 3 years from now. How fast exactly, I don't know, but we'll solve it because it's a known problem. The same will be true for climate change. The only problem is climate change is not one problem. It's how we manage water. It's how we produce our energy. It's our energy efficiency. So it's not one problem. It's thousands of problems.
It's wicked.
So if you, well, yes and no. Because if you look at the energy system, if you dive in, if you dive in deep enough, you get to a simple problem that you can actually solve. If then you put 170 teams across the globe working on it, you solve it in a few years. So what we need is not one time 170 teams with enough funding. We need 170,000 teams working on all these thousand problems.
Okay, that keeps you busy.
And then we'll solve it. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I always say in trainings too. If you are in the best possible economic opportunity of your lifetime, climate change, solving it is going to take the next 30 years. So all of us can work on something useful, make impact for the planet, and make a living. It's by far the biggest economic opportunity of a lifetime.
Because how was it in the last couple of months to work with all these startups, to train them, to get them? Because
it was fine. Yeah, of course. Like
same also.
Well, not same old. Like some things are harder.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that is hard is being creative together over Zoom.
Yeah.
It works better in a space like this.
Yeah.
That's why we have a studio also.
Sure.
Like it's faster communication. So for some of those things, you pay a price. But one of the things that is very hard for startup is to get access to customer and talk to them. Like can I get a meeting?
Yeah.
And the threshold for getting meetings
Absolutely.
has gone down. Because
Absolutely.
large corporations now, like I'm actually having a meeting with the CEO of a big Dutch company in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's going to be video.
Yeah.
Would have been impossible years ago.
Yeah.
Like even in February, they all want to see you. You have to travel there. And I'm just gonna zoom in. Click.
Yeah. So now's the moment to get these connections.
Yeah, so and what we call customer discovery.
Yeah.
So figuring out, is there a market? Have you found a real problem?
Yeah.
It's going to be cheaper. The downside, what we see is closing deals, getting contracts signed is taking more time.
Yeah.
Because the trust is lower if you're not in the same space.
Yeah.
Because what happens if you do a big deal, you not only have a meeting, you're going to have dinner afterwards. We can't do that right now. So some of the things are easier, some things are harder.
Okay.
But overall, I think this whole community of startups across the globe is in pretty good shape.
Yeah. You're optimistic guy.
Oh yeah, I'm super optimistic. Yeah.
Because you also say we need thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. We are supporting them with all kinds of possibilities. Where do you see that you really make the difference? Where you think, okay, well, this is where the connection is really made and we can create the impact we need to actually solve this? Because that's in the end what we're here for, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to give away the secret. Why not? We'd mostly do it at the end, but let's do it now. It's fine. This is a competition, but it's actually not a competition. It's more like a business school program. But entrepreneurs don't like school. So that's why we wrapped it as a competition to get them in. So sorry we fooled you. You're actually in school.
It's one big trick.
Yeah, it's one big trick. And what you learn in the school is, I would say, a few things are crucial. First, it's for first-time entrepreneurs. If you've done a company 3 times, we probably can't teach you that much. But for a first-time entrepreneur, there's a lot to be learned. Because we simply have great teaching tools. We have great trainers. We have fantastic partners in all these countries running these programs. So there's a lot to be learned there. The other thing that they do, specifically on national level, is connecting with investors, connecting with businesses. So that is really crucial.
Yep.
What the program tends to do with many people is it sort of triggers you like, I can actually pull this off. So it sort of triggers this imagination like, wow, I have this dream, and we give you a tool to bring it into the world.
Yep.
And once that trigger is set with most people, they can't stop. So even if their company fails, and they might start working for a large company, well, you can be an entrepreneur inside a large company. There's no issue there. Just it's a little different to get funding. You need to go to your boss and ask for funding there. But you can be an entrepreneur in politics. You can be an entrepreneur in your family. You can be an entrepreneur everywhere.
Absolutely.
So the mindset is really powerful. And then the last thing, I think, it's really, truly always amazing to realize that you are not alone.
Yeah.
Because it's other people in your country. And in 60 other countries, there are just people just as crazy as you.
Yeah.
Because, I remember vividly, one of the first teams I got in when I was doing this program was a team from Germany, and they were basically making a flying drone for you to sit on. So that, like I literally saw the picture again yesterday. So he's sitting on these yoga balls, and there's a structure around him of like 15 rotors, and he literally flew. And I took them on a tour to Silicon Valley pitching, and I thought, these guys are completely nuts. It's a German team. They're called Volocopter.
Oh, yeah, I know them.
Yeah, everybody knows them now because they raised 100 million in funding. and they sold their first... I bought my first ticket online for the first flight.
Whoa.
So in the beginning, everything looks always crazy for if it's radical. But 8 years later, there's a big movement like, flying will be electric, flying will be hydrogen. We will have air taxis. It's literally all going to happen.
Absolutely.
So that's what also happens in Climate Launchpad. You do something that most of the people around you will say, well, isn't that a little wild?
Weird.
And then you meet other people that are just as wild, and then you just try. Worst case scenario, you fail. But you learn a lot in the process, and then you try again.
And you get better.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Frans Nauta.
My pleasure.
Yeah. We go to audit.
That's right. We got a little musical bumper first. So in this segment, Frans touched on it briefly. We will be exploring how large companies and startups work together to fix climate change. And we'll be talking to three guests. Frank Heemskerk, who is Secretary General of the European Roundtable for Industry. Jan van der Tempel, founder and CEO of Ampelman. And Shloka Nath, who is Head Sustainability and Special Projects at Tata Trusts. In the meantime, please remember to join the conversation via the chat area and also let us know your tips for collaborations between large companies and startups. We'll present your input to our speakers at the end of the round. So Farid, your interview with Frank is up next.
Yes, let's do it. Let's have him on our screens and let's have a discussion with indeed the former Minister for Foreign Trade of the Netherlands and now indeed SG of the European Roundtable of Industrialists. Frank, are you there? I see him and he looks kind of busy to me. Maybe he doesn't hear us yet. Maybe we want to have a conversation with it. That always happens, of course, when you're live in a studio and the connection is not really there yet. Frank, can you hear me? I see some chats going on. Of course, I can also chat with you. So maybe there's some voice recognition going on with some great technology. And now Frank has been notified that he is already here live in the studio. Fortunately, he's not doing any strange stuff. He's just working on his computer, it seems, or just reading something. And I think now we're saying that he's live. I do hope that, yes, I will continue to, I would just have Frank is now maybe responding, no? Okay, anyway. It's going to be a great afternoon, absolutely. I already mentioned the guests we have lined up for you when it comes to people who are really knowledgeable with their own startups and the connection they have when it comes to the big companies. We have a guest from India, and she's working for a one of the biggest corporates in India, but also tries to, from the trust there, have founded to create a better society in India. But how do you do that? And what kind of help and need do you need, as Frans was mentioning also in his little very inspiring speech and interview we had. He's very optimistic when it comes to all these issues we have, when it comes to the right clean tech and the right startups. But we need more, of course. And that's also why his work and your work is so important, to make sure that we make the connection between your startup thinking and, in the end, find the right clients and therefore making the right connections. Also maybe with big companies, what the interview with Frank will be about, and therefore hopefully create climate change solved as soon as possible. We can also of course, go to the next guest if this person is already available. But if there's Frank. Yes, do you hear me, Frank? Great. Well, yes, I hear you perfectly. You were busy, and that brings me to my first question. Of course, when it comes to you busy, we're talking about clean tech, the startup scene around clean tech for tackling the climate change. You're the Secretary General of the European Roundtable of Industrialists. How much of your time do you actually use for this issue? Is it like 10%, 20%? Is it what this theme is 100% of your taking your time? Just wondering how much is this part of your daily work?
This year, we are launching 3 flagships.
Okay.
One is, let's say, on the digital transformation. Another one is on skills.
Yep.
And the third one is on the Green Deal.
Okay.
And actually, I had the chairman of our committee at noon on the phone, and I said, the Green Deal paper and our, messages and our event is the most important thing we will do this year.
So it sounds like you're quite busy with it.
Correct. I think at least 20%, 25% of my time.
Yeah, excellent. Can you tell me something about how do you position these projects? So where do you start creating the right people or the right themes when it comes to the skills or, for instance, the Green Deal? Let's start with skills. We can later go on with the dynamics also around the European Commission. Let's start with such a skills project. Can you tell me how you start up something like this within the roundtable?
Well, for example, around skills, a lot is happening. But so we have identified within Europe 200 projects.
Yep.
Not only, let's say, that people, not only the training, but actually the end-to-end ownership, and to make sure that there's training is linked to a job.
Yep.
And to see whether skills were also cross-industry and cross-country. And unfortunately, there were not that many successful projects who also, measured their success in terms of end-to-end ownership, cross-industry. So we developed the platform, we developed a proposal, we've shared these practices with Commissioner Schmid, with Commissioner Breton, because we provided the numbers, the current but also the future workforce. There's a lot of upskilling and reskilling needs to be done, especially also in the field of green and digital. And our companies are also offering to open up their resources for non-employees.
This is really
companies are not, they're big companies, BMW, Shell, BP, Nokia, Ericsson. They invest tons into their own staff.
They do.
And they're not asking for money from governments, but they're willing to offer their support and their knowledge on labor market and on skills, let's say, to the better of society.
And can we be a bit more concrete? Because we hear that when it comes to climate change, if we want to get it done, we need the right people with the right skills, which is going to be an issue. Then what would be interesting in your project, what kind of skills are we talking about? What do people and professionals need to learn to be part of the change that we want concerning climate change?
Well, I think that's too broad. It depends on the specific industry, specific jobs. It's being able to learn. Clearly, let's say the digital skills are very important. I think one of the key messages we are trying to get across also in Brussels is that there's a lot of, let's say, support and positivity for the Green Deal. Rightly so. But Green Deal, people feel the importance of the Green Deal in their hearts, but the digital deal need to have, let's say, as much as support and passion, but that's too much in people's minds. But the Green Deal will not fly without digital transformation of Europe. And unfortunately, it's an area where Europe truly is lacking.
So okay. So this is a very important point you make, that these two are combined or connected. If we don't get the thing done, then otherwise the whole Green Deal is going to be a very tough project.
Correct. And if you, for example, looked, we published numbers on the rollout of 5G. And some people think that 5G is the main cause for Corona. I tend to disagree.
Luckily, most people.
Some people believe in conspiracies. The truth is that 5G is crucial for the industry for tomorrow. Companies are depending on software, the fastest connections. The Boeing problems with the Boeing airplanes was probably due to software issues. And to make sure that all your devices, the Internet of Things, that everything is connected, you need 5G. So 5G is not faster Netflix on your iPhone. 5G is the factory of the future. If you then look at the rollout of 5G base stations in Europe towards South Korea or the US or China, we're way behind, 200-300 times slower and less, let's say, base stations. And also within Europe, there's a big difference between the various member states. And why is it also so important? Siemens, they have the choice to build their next plant in South Korea or in the US. And many of our member companies prefer to invest in Europe. But they have a choice. But the SMEs, the suppliers to these multinationals, the Mittelstand, auf Deutsch, they don't have that choice. So the 5G agenda is crucial also for the smaller companies, for the startups.
Okay, that's clear. You also mentioned when your skills project that the companies you represent also try to make sure that other people benefited, not only their employees but also non-employees. Let's make the jump then to the role your companies can play in the startup scene. How can you also, when you believe, as you're doing with the skills project, how can you also make sure that the connection is being made between the startup scene and the big companies to actually enhance and accelerate the change we need when it comes to clean tech?
Yeah, and so I'm glad that you're asking the question, how they benefit from each other, because in the past, sometimes there was political debate, is it are multinational companies more important, or SMEs more important, or startups more important? And of course, the answer is you need all of them. You need an ecosystem. Small companies benefit from big companies. Big companies cannot benefit from, let's say, cannot grow without, let's say, operating in an ecosystem of smaller companies and startups.
Yep.
Startups often, let's say, have more focus, take more risk, have more failures. Big companies can scale up.
Yep.
Can take their product or their innovations to a global market. You often see that big companies also have their own venture capital departments, and they participate in additional startups because it's easier to develop something new sometimes outside of a larger company because of the internal bureaucracy or the risk aversion. So it's spotting talent. It's trying to grow. Often smaller companies really, let's say, accelerate their growth once they have a buyer, let's say a client,
Yep.
who is stable. So if you're able to sell your products to Shell, you're really in business.
Yeah. So how can we create more incentives that this collaboration, this ecosystem is actually being created? Of course, we're doing it, but how can we fasten the pace to actually make sure that these ecosystems can create the impact what we're looking for?
Well, then talking about Europe, then there are some real challenges. One of the challenges is the lack of funding,
yep.
Especially equity, but also a lot of companies are still too dependent on bank financing. So we need to develop and deepen European capital markets, and that's something. It sounds a bit boring, but in order to do so, in order to, let's say, have a European corporate bond market, you need to make sure that in 27 member states, the ministers of justice agree on some standards on the bankruptcy law.
Yep.
Well, that's nitty gritty, but also important work. It's also important to strengthen the internal market. I still remember I was Minister for Trade in the Netherlands between 2007 and 2010, and TomTom was at that time really, really booming. And I ran into Harold Godijn, the founder and still the CEO.
Yep.
And I said, how can I be of help? And because I'm doing a lot of trade promotions and trade negotiations, and he said, let me think. Well, I have a request, Frank. Can you please make sure that we will have one standard and one language in Europe? Because that's great to work with 400 million consumers.
Yeah.
Because, by the way, Frank, TomTom, you might not know, but TomTom I'm competing with Google and Apple, 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
So it's that internal market where which we need to deepen and to strengthen. And then again, it's also, still a lot of stuff is going digitally, but it's still also, events like you're organizing right now is bringing young entrepreneurs, in connection with the CEOs. And maybe one final thing is, but that's maybe also European, and that's a message also for the startups. 20 million euros in terms of, let's say, your personal wealth, if you reach that limit, it's not good enough. A lot of people, by the way, then quit in the Netherlands because you can have a wonderful life with 20 million euros. But we also need a few of these Jeff Bezos, the Bill Gates, who go up to, billions and maybe even 100 billion. And unfortunately, because they are also the big investors of the future.
Yep.
So, and I'm saying this because the 20 million, of course, is extremely a lot of money, but it's really scaling up companies from, let's say, a national hero to a European champion. But Europe needs to have more global champions. If you look,
okay, it's a clear message, Frank. We're out of time, but I take to heart what you were mentioning when it comes to this way of thinking, this approach, but also the importance of the ecosystems. Thanks so much, Frank Heemskerk.
You're welcome.
We go to our next guest, and he's a serial entrepreneur, the founder of Ampelman. Let's have a look to Jan van der Tempel. Is he on our screens already and ready for us to discuss how he perceives the need for an attitude of entrepreneurship, of startup scene, and what kind of tips would he have liked to learn himself when it comes to 15 years ago, or even more, when he started being an entrepreneur. I think there's lots to learn from him and from his attitude, but also from what he has been made possible with his company and all the things he started. Well, we're still waiting for Jan. There he is. Oh, we see Frank also still here on screen. That's nice. Jan, great you're here. Yeah. Yeah. So, where do we start? You're a fascinating guy because hey, you have been entrepreneuring yourself a lot. So, let's start with the beginning. Let's go cut to chase and go right to the real thing. What would you like to learn when you were 15 years ago starting yourself as an entrepreneur?
So my wandering into entrepreneurship was definitely accidental. I was a researcher at Delft University,
okay,
and I accidentally had a good idea. And being an engineer, my core focus was on developing the technology. And I even wrote a little book. And in that book, I said, well, the industry will pick that up. So I still had a big belief in the rest of the world.
Oh, that didn't change, did it?
We just discussed it in the other Zoom room that our trust in the world is still very high. But
okay.
Of course, there's a lot of stuff going on. So
true.
Definitely there's trust. But moving forward with the development of the technology, I quite quickly found out that your great idea, and of course there's a lot of technology involved, will not come to its full potential if you do not put your shoulders behind it as an entrepreneur and really push it into the market. We talked to customers, we talked to companies who could actually make the technology, but they just couldn't get that off the ground. So we did it ourselves, and so more accidentally than intentional, I became an entrepreneur.
Okay, well, good for you. What makes you so interesting? Because we just had a discussion with Frank Heemskerk, the representative of the big companies of Europe, and these are actually some of the companies, or you work with a lot of big companies. So it's interesting to navigate with you a bit this relationship with a great idea, a great product, a great service, and then to make the connection to these really big guys and women around.
Yeah. So starting from a university, especially in the Netherlands, we have this special area. Of course, we have this huge oil company called Shell.
Yep.
That's also involved in offshore renewables, and a quite strong link between that university and that big multinational, which makes it quite easy to connect to the people within that company. So you shouldn't just look at the logo and the size of the company. It's always the interpersonal connections, of course. And then it, of course, helps that there is this logo behind it. So already from the start, we had good discussions with people really interested in the solution that we could provide. And then it's basically sailing the waves, because there's no one ever who's going to sign the contract immediately. And that's a very long process. And what I found, the beauty of being a small startup entrepreneurial entity going into these big companies is actually, together with those individuals, you can actually really change things in those big multinationals. And as you start out, so when you do your first startup and you start presenting your big solution to their big problem, there's definitely hurdles to overcome. But as soon as they get it, and it's something they really want to, eventually it's their careers on the line. But if the upside is bigger than the downside, they'll support you. The big hurdle of getting into these companies then suddenly becomes the hurdle for your competition. And that definitely gave us about 5 years of room to breathe and to grow very quickly, because we had the big Dutch multinational Shell behind us as one of our launching customers. And then it just latched on to the other big players and also smaller players in an industry, the offshore industry, both oil and gas and offshore wind, that is quite conservative and safety minded. But you can break through and actually reach your potential there.
Yeah, I get it. You said something really interesting. You should also see a corporate as just human beings, as a couple of professionals working together under a big brand name, and which looks big and is sometimes a bit intimidating. And then you said, okay, but it's all about the connection with these professionals within this corporate. So can you tell us something about how you created this connection with some of these people when in the end you were able to close the deal and have your launch customer?
Yeah. So it definitely helps if when you can find connections to actual people within your own space. So that could be people going to the same university, or friends of friends within these companies. So basically getting a low-level entry. And then basically it's working your way up. And up is not always the right direction. Sometimes you have to move left or right within these companies. And even within these big companies, especially, they don't know about what's going on in other parts of the company.
That's
so
true.
there,
Yep.
as you're smaller and more nimble and definitely a lot more agile as a startup, you can move a lot quicker. And always just dare to ask the question. For instance, we had a big launch of our small scale prototype, and I just asked a friend of mine who was somewhere halfway up, and I said, I need a big hotshot, and he got me the director of Shell the Netherlands. Of course, that's not the CEO of the top company, but it's still a big name.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
It's pretty big, and it does get you the attention. Both, we were still then a university project team. It gets you the attention internally within the university, especially from the press. And taking it from that, we eventually got to number 2, then Malcolm Brinded within Shell,
Yep.
Who did not do any press stuff for us, but he did preside over a safety meeting we had. And as basically we sell safety, so stepping across from a ship on the high seas, of course, is very safety intensive.
Yep.
And getting that guy to chair a safety meeting with all the partners we had, of course, gave us a big boost in confidence, especially towards those other partners as well.
Yeah.
So just asking that question. So I need someone within your company who can help me. There's always people who like that challenge, and they can get you into contact with these people quite quickly.
Just asking. That's a great tip. And a very, I think everybody.
Don't be shy.
No, don't be shy. Exactly. You also said something interesting when it comes to going up is not only vertical but also horizontal. But when do you know to go horizontal? When do you know to go vertical?
Well, the big challenge is always what is the thing you need. So
Yep.
as an entrepreneur, and is the person that you're talking to actually going to give you that? And of course, we're Dutch, so we're very direct. That's part of our culture, and that's in our DNA.
Yep.
As soon as people start to basically avoid giving you a straight answer, just ask the very direct question: are you actually going to help me here? And if that's not an affirmative, then you know you're talking either to the wrong person, so he cannot give you the answer because he doesn't have the knowledge or the power. And then you should just step back, make a new plan, and figure out where within that organization it will work. And not always the person where that conversation ends can help you further, because he's burnt and gone, so to say.
Yep.
So just take a step back, find a friendly person you talked to before, and go look for the new direction. So don't waste too much time, because they will give you a lot of warmth and a lot of hugs, because you're a startup and startups are cool, and
Yep.
especially when you're on the ClimateLaunchpad area of things. It's all green and it's also cuddly, but cuddly doesn't make you money, and that's eventually the validation of your innovation and the validation of your company. So if you're not moving towards that target, towards signing that contract, you step back and try a different route to get to someone who actually has the power to sign the contract and to help you further.
That's a great quote. Cuddly doesn't make you money. Bye. Maybe in some fields.
Make you feel good, but it doesn't make you money. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We're almost out of time, but let's have a look. You gave already some really nice tips when it comes to this approach to corporates as being professionals and make the right connection. When it comes to be clear what you need and formulate it, and therefore you can have the right approach, but also don't be afraid. Ask for it. Is there one last tip you would like to give in your experience you had over the last couple of years? We know everybody is watching. They're launching startups. They're already in the startup scene. They're thinking of becoming a startup. So something we left out, which is still very beneficial if you're thinking about launching, but also find the right client and make the right connection with maybe a big corporation as one of your launching clients.
Well, it's along the lines we already discussed. It's actually something I found out just quite recently again. So of course my company is already in play for a while.
Yep.
So as your company grows, but it doesn't have to be as big as Amperman. It can be your small startup company. Eventually you are the CEO of that company, and that basically puts you on the same level, even with the CEO of a much larger company who can be a member of Frank's little team. Play it from that strength. So we have a new offering out in the market, and of course we have the pandemic. We're working a lot in the oil and gas market, which has completely collapsed at the moment. So everyone is reorganizing, and there's no money at all for new stuff. And still reaching out to those CEOs, they have troubles on their mind, and they are definitely open for a good conversation with a peer, and you're a peer, you're a CEO, who has a solution that will actually save them money in the future. So I knew that. The only thing is I forgot it a little bit as my company grew, and I'm fully re-engaged now in spearheading our initiative into that market. And just talking to the CEOs, and these are also professionals and people,
Yep.
where you share the position, be it for a much smaller company. As soon as you have a solution there, you have a very good conversation. And the big advantage, which is very beneficial in big companies, if you can get the air cover from the guy at the top, you will never get him to sign the contract. That will be much lower down.
Yep.
But you always have an escalation point you can go back to, which really helps you deploy your innovation a lot faster.
That's a great last insight. Jan, thanks so much for a great chat and for sharing your experience.
If I may, Farid, I have one question for Jan.
There is
if
one
I
question
may.
for Jan. Yeah.
Jan, I was wondering, so here are the startups, they are creative, they put their brains to something, and it works, and then they kind of give it away to large companies. That would hurt me. How does that work for you?
So do not give it away, because large companies may be large, but that doesn't mean they can actually get your innovation into the market. So do not give it away. Just give me a call and I'll help you not do that. That's lesson number one. And you have to be proud of yourself, and you have to trust in yourself. I had exactly that belief. Someone else will put this into the market. It didn't happen. Actually, I stepped away as CEO. I gave someone else the keys. That didn't work as well, so I had to step back. So even when you give the entire company to someone else, that's not always a formula for success. Remember that your innovation is there because of you. You had the idea and you know how to get there. You may need to pivot, you may need to change your mind on stuff, but it's still you driving it. And the quickest way for that to go into the market is when you actually push that. And that sometimes also means that you have to say no, even if the customer is huge, and if they have a fantastic logo that would look nice on your website. If that deal doesn't feel good, you step away. If you have a good innovation, you should have more customers than just one, and take the next guy.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you also, Farid. We're moving on in this same segment, trying to reach now Shloka Nath, who is the head of sustainability and special projects of Tata Trusts, joining us from India, if all goes well. Shloka, are you almost online? Shloka, as I said, works for this giant company, and I'm trying to figure out how that will match with the topic that we are talking about today. Trying to reach Shloka Nath now in India. I think I hear her. I'm not seeing her yet. Let's just wait for technology to catch up with us. In the meantime, I found it very interesting to hear what Frank and Jan had to say on the topic of large companies working together with startups, both from their own perspective. And I think the golden tip we just got from Jan is, if you do have that fantastic idea and you know there is millions to be made with it, do not ever give it away. So there she is, Shloka Nath of Tata Trusts. Good day to you, Shloka. Shloka is also one of our esteemed jury members tomorrow during the grand final. Shloka, you work for the non-profit arm of Tata. Like I said, a global giant. Can you take us through what it is exactly that you do?
Of course. I actually lead the sustainability portfolio at the Tata Trust. I actually built it up and established it about 3 years ago. And one of our core initiatives is something called the India Climate Collaborative, which is a first of its kind, India-focused, Indian-led collaborative platform of business and philanthropy to drive climate action in India.
Yeah, and is this a big thing in India? We hardly hear about it here. That's why I'm asking.
It's a very big thing. I think it's becoming bigger and bigger as we go along. Climate action is increasingly becoming sort of one of the key pieces for India's recovery as well from COVID, obviously.
Right. So India has a law that is very strict when it comes to the combination of large companies on the one hand and climate and other special projects on the other hand. Can you take us through that law?
Yes, of course. So look, the good news is that Indian businesses, or large Indian businesses, are increasingly focused on climate issues. And this is really important because over the last few years, the share and absolute quantum of foreign funding for India has actually reduced. So the Ministry of Home Affairs actually reports that over 13,000 nonprofit licenses were cancelled between 2015 and 2018.
13,000.
13, one
Yes.
three.
Mm-hmm.
And this is as the government becomes more and more stringent about who can accept foreign funding. In fact, just last week, we had yet another amendment to the Foreign Contribution Act, which again restricts foreign funding for nonprofits in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, the good news, however, at the same time, is that domestic funding has actually grown to fill this gap. And it was really spurred by the government mandated law, which said that quite recently that companies of a certain scale and profitability had to spend at least 2% of their net profit on their corporate social responsibility, or CSR, as we call it. So businesses can invest their profits in areas such as education, poverty, gender, equality, and hunger. As part of their CSR compliance. I think what's important to point out is that sustainability and climate action is increasingly becoming a very important central focus area under that law.
Right. So would it be fair to say that your department, is that 2% you're talking about? Is your department the part that the Indian law says has to be, doing social work, so to speak?
Actually, no, because we are an independent mandated foundation. So we were set up as a public set of trusts or charities, and we actually own the main shareholding of the group company. We're the largest shareholder, and we actually, our corpus is spent off the dividends of that shareholding. So it's quite different from Western foundations, which have an endowment that they sort of run off each year. We actually have a corpus that comes in every year, depending on how well our companies are doing. So it's a little bit of a different setup. But we do as the Tata Group. Obviously, each of the companies does have a CSR mandate and spend, of course.
So India is known for its innovations and for its IT and tech organizations. What would you say are the main issues at this moment on that field? What's working in India? What's going on?
So great question. Let me kind of take you through perhaps what's going on when it comes to climate action and what we're seeing with corporations right now, and then I can tell you about some of the new areas of investment that are bubbling up.
Great.
So when it comes to climate change, I think what's important to know is that, like most economies, business performance on climate action in India can actually be classified as a few leaders, a large number of those who comply, and then, of course, you have your laggards. So leaders are those sort of usual suspects that you can see across all climate commitments globally, whether it's RE100 or EP100, internal carbon pricing, etc. Of course, this group, by the way, also is a large part of the constituency of the ICC, or the India Climate Collaborative. But because the climate ethos runs through these organizations and is driven right at the top, this group is actually a very sort of effective peer-to-peer engagement tool in the business community. And they reassure the government that they will support strong climate action and build the capacities of suppliers and their value chains to do so. I think what's interesting here to note is that in the pre-COVID era, Indian CEOs had increasingly begun to recognize the risks that climate change posed to their businesses, but also the opportunities to innovate on products and services.
Like what risks? Like what risks, for example?
Well, just, infrastructure risks. There are tremendous sort of infrastructure risks for a country like India. We have a very long coastline. We have a highly dependent agrarian economy, and one that is also really dependent on fossil fuels. And you can sort of read between the lines there in terms of what that spells for us as a future as a country going forward. I think, it's an interesting tension in India, right? Because our overarching development goal is to deliver sustainable prosperity to our people. But achieving this goal requires that the Indian economy has to be simultaneously transformed across two different dimensions. So first, India has to be globally competitive, across a range of key sectors. We have to have infrastructure, energy, financial services, aviation, telecom, manufacturing. All of these sort of different facets of the economy have to be growing. Second, India also has to adopt a resource-efficient, low-carbon development pathway to utilize very scarce natural resources very effectively. And so, in short, India's growth has to be green. And no nation has ever attempted these two twin transformations simultaneously ever before.
So that's a huge project you're embarked on.
Yes, and a lot of other sort of climate actors on the ground in India, of course, but again, we really have an opportunity to sort of grow, to really develop climate action as one of the biggest drivers for the Indian economy. And to just give you an example, the World Economic Forum released a report in July this year, and they estimated that over half of the world's GDP, that's about $44 trillion, that's potentially threatened by anthropogenic damage to our natural environment. Yet, on the flip side, they've identified key systemic transitions that could offer a gain of almost 10 trillion USD to create over, nearly 400 million jobs by 2030. So sustainability is no longer this isolated cry of activists or nature enthusiasts. It's the future of the global economy.
Yes. And it's part of the DNA, so to speak, in India. So what do you think other countries can learn from this approach and from the way India runs things?
So I think, there's a lot to learn. India has a long way to go. We haven't actually we've recognized this tension, and we still have to sort of make that decision, whether or not we're going to catch that wave, or are we going to continue to look at an outdated model of development in order to predict our future? And my sense is that a lot of other developing countries across the globe are facing the same predicament. I think, to give you a quick snapshot, India's green growth or recovery is really going to require an average investment of, I would say, almost 125 billion per year for climate mitigation alone. And that's a big sort of financing gap to build. The private sector is going to have to play a really primary role in financing this green transformation.
Are they willing? Is the private sector willing?
They are, but we do have to mobilize the private sector to step up investment in clean tech and energy sectors, in public policy efforts, governance reform, capacity building, regulatory intervention. You need all of these pieces in equal measure. And so we're looking at very innovative mechanisms and solutions. Green finance instruments will have to be designed to unlock private capital flows. But I think what we really require right now are demonstrated economic returns as well as policy predictability. And that's the sort of direction in which we need to move. And hopefully a lot of developing economies are thinking of it the same way.
What would you say were the largest obstacles still in your way to reaching that goal?
I would say that we need to move from a narrative of the ease of doing business to the ease of doing climate.
Can you please be more specific?
So that really requires, for instance, policy stability, a rethinking of our energy subsidies. We have to prioritize clean energy access. We have to provide the right international signals on our climate commitments. We have to create a narrative that really balances mitigation goals with the principles of inclusion, sustainability, justice, and equity. And you have to sort of marry those two in order to drive this agenda forward. And that really is the sort of the task before us, if you will.
I understand. I wonder, Shloka, did you have a chance to listen in on what Frank and Jan were saying earlier?
Unfortunately, I didn't, but I bet it was really interesting.
Okay, so I won't ask you questions on that. Thank you so very much for joining us from India, and I'm sure we'll be in contact tomorrow during the grand finale as you're one of the jury members, as I told earlier. Thank you so very much. Again, Shloka Nath, Head of Sustainability and Special Projects of Tata Trusts in India. So what it seems from this segment is we're not going to fix climate change one startup at a time only. We're also going to do it one large corporation at a time. And on that note, it's time for a short break now. Join us again, please, at 15 minutes past the hour. We will be announcing the 16 finalists then, so please be there and be, not square, but just be there. See you later.
Put me in a world of feeling so divine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2. Two, two, two.
Walking on water, holding you near. Hoping if God don't break you, we can stay right here. 'Cause your love is like rain on my skin. It softens the surface. Sinking fast, don't know how to act, and it's overcast when I drift away from you. You pull me back, but we'll never last, 'cause I'm going mad as I lose myself in you. Rain, won't you come to me? I need some company. Oh, babe, won't you come to me? Think I need some company. How could you know me? I barely know myself. You knew when to hold me. I didn't ask for help. How could you know me? Console me, show me you're the only one who ever put me first, ever knew my worth. I lie awake in bed, silence in the doubt that's running circles in my head. Trying not to wake you up, but how could I forget? You hold all the water in your hands. Oh, rain, won't you come to me? I need some company. Oh, babe, won't you come to me? Think I need some company. Come and give me company, babe. Won't you come to me? I need some company. Oh, babe, won't you come to me? Think I need some company. Tengo miedo de estar sola. I need to get my head together. I know I say I'm better on my own, but he's telling me I need to grow up, let go. I tell him that I've got an old soul. He said I'm there before my time. I'm asking what all of the rush is for, but I don't wanna wait in line. Good things take time. I'm running out of reasons to start up a conversation with you. Usually I'd be the first to run to your defense, but this time I can't even come up with an excuse. Tengo que vivir un día a la vez, poco a poco, otherwise I lose my head and I start doubting everything that I believe in. Believe me. Tengo miedo de estar sola. I need to get my act together. I know I say I'm better on my own, but he's telling me I need to grow up, let go. I tell him that I've got an old soul. He said I'm there before my time. I'm asking what all of the rush is for, but I don't wanna wait in line. Good things take time. You push me to a side, why do I wait? For you to come around and talk again. Mess with my mind, I'll move myself out of your way. only say I don't do feelings, 'cause you're not ready to hear them, and I'm not ready to feel them just yet. I'd just rather not confront them, because then they bring us problems, and they're always in the back of my head. Are you bored yet? Are you leaving? It's kinda shifted. I feel a difference, don't want attachment to you. I only say I don't do feelings, 'cause you're not ready to hear them, and I'm not ready to feel them just yet. Just yet.
Kamertje gooien. Dan join on site. Daar, kaartje. Nou, ik begin wel steeds meer mijn beroep van. Nou, kun je daar joinen? Ja.
Why'd you have to leave me? Yeah, my life done changed. Who would have thought that? Damn, you'll never stay. Feeling the change, all in myself, my dear. Turning the page, I'm trying to pace my days. I'm starting to face my face. But I love my pace, I love my pace, I love my pace. Falling was a benefit, 'cause I've been working through all my shit. I don't ever try to hide, but if you want me, I'm hard to find. Loving the way that you love. I'm backing it down, I'm breaking it down, I'm running it so far, taking it home. I've given too much, oh baby you cold. Love me slow, kiss me tenderly. Love on me, baby, you're all I need. Blessed and thankful, 'cause I see your angle. Now I'm looking, I feel danger.
Can we go where no one else goes? Can I know when no one else knows? Can we fall in love in the moonlight? I wanna get lost with you, I wanna be lost in you, you. Been waiting a while for you, I need to do this right with you, you. I mean, if you want to. Can we go where no one else goes? Can I know when no one else knows? Can we fall in love in the moonlight? Poetry and big flowers, so you meet me at the altar. Can we fall in love in the moonlight? Oh, moonlight, I'll be spending with you on these blue nights. You'll be holding me until the sunrise and the songbirds be waking up. Oh, and true love, kinda hoped it would feel like a rom-com. I've been planning this out in my notebook since I was a little boy. I wanna feel safe with you, but never be tame with you, you. And dwell in this dream with you, let the pain disappear with you, you. No, 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 no. Nah. Bottle of a Rolo in the palm of my hands. Maybe we could sip this liquor, pretend like we ain't friends for the nighttime. It's the right time. And happy ever after always seemed like a stretch. I said fuck those fairy tales and now I want nothing less from you, alright? Is that alright? Baby, no. Can we go where no one else goes? Can I know when no one else knows? Can we fall in love in the moonlight? Poetry and big flowers, so you meet me at the altar. Can we fall in love in the moonlight? Can we fall? Oh, moonlight, we'll be spending with you on these blue nights. You'll be holding me until the sunrise and the songbirds be waking up. Oh, true love, kinda hoped it would feel like a rom-com. I've been planning this out in my notebook since I was a little boy.
still. Stilte. So welcome back, everybody. Glad that you can join us for this segment. This is the segment that we will be announcing the 16 finalists, the people vying for that #1 spot tomorrow. Let me just take out my ear because I'm hearing stuff I'm not supposed to be hearing now. So the 16 top people who will be vying for that #1 spot tomorrow during the Climate Launchpad award ceremony. But first, joining us now from Brussels is Diederik Samsom. He's the head of cabinet of the first Vice President European Commission. And he's also one of the driving forces behind the European Green Deal. Mr. Samsom will speak on what the Green Deal has in store for startups. Mr. Samsom, are you there? There you are, Mr. Samsom. Good afternoon. I'm going to give you the floor, sir, for the 15 minutes of your presentation, after which I will join you again for a couple of questions.
Yeah, all right. Well, hello, everybody there. I can't see you, but I hope I can sort of imagine who's in that room over there or on a virtual link. And I was asked to explain to you what the European Commission has to offer for startups. And let's be frank, that is not that much at the moment. Actually, it's the other way around. You have to offer a truckload of future to us. What we need from you is your brains, your creativity, your inspiration, especially your inspiration. I've experienced in the last year here in this commission building that we could use a little more inspiration. It's actually almost a miracle that from this environment where I'm sitting right now, you can make policies for the future that are inspiring and that are helping us. I can show you a little where I'm sitting. So this is the Berlaymont building on the Schuman Square in Brussels. It's gray, it's concrete. And we need much more than that. We need you. But okay, we have to offer you something back. And we need to make a deal here. So I'm going to tell you about what the Green Deal is and what it means for you and for the rest of Europe and hopefully for the rest of the world. You might remember, but this is a different era, in December last year, before COVID-19 entered our world, that the European Commission presented its environmental program, the European Green Deal. And that was actually different from normal environmental programs that we've seen dozens of in the last decade. And I think the main three differences were the following. First of all, for once, politicians didn't go for the feasible, for the lowest common denominator, for what you could just agree on, but nothing more than that. No, this time we went for what's needed, the urgency of the problems, not only the climate problem, also the biodiversity problem, the pollution of our Earth. And we set out a range of ambitions that we hadn't seen before, not by policymakers at least. The second difference was that when normally in the past, the European Commission would launch a strategy on transport and a plan on renewable energy and ideas and policies around agriculture and something about forests, all different parts. And this time we decided that actually the logic of doing one comprehensive plan is obviously self-evident. There is only one ecosystem and we live in it and we live from it. It's vulnerable. We do experience that once again now with even more urgency than before. And we should preserve it for ourselves and obviously for future generations. And the third difference is that actually it's not an environmental policy. It's a growth strategy. And I remember that because when we had it launched almost 9 months ago now, I received quite some criticism from the environmental corners of the NGOs where I come from, because obviously how on earth can you present an environmental strategy as something, as a growth strategy. The two do not combine. I beg to differ. I think we need a growth strategy that is sustainable. We need a new strategy for Europe. This is an aging continent in so many ways, and it desperately needed new momentum. And if you create new momentum, why not create the green future? And that was before COVID entered our world. Because fast forward, 4 months later, our world was turned upside down. Your world was turned upside down. The world's world was turned upside down by this pandemic. And for a moment, I must admit, I despaired a little, because this happened before. This happened before. In 2008, an ex-vice president of the United States walked into Europe with a movie in his bag, An Inconvenient Truth, and he mesmerized the European society. I remember op-eds from Tony Blair and other government leaders telling their colleagues that it was time to act now. And all kinds of ambitious strategies by then were developed. And I, at that time, a member of parliament in the Netherlands, really thought that it was going to happen right now. This was the moment. A few months later, Lehman Brothers fell. And we haven't heard back from An Inconvenient Truth anymore. It's so obvious, and it happens so often. An urgent matter wipes the long-term ambition off the table. But this time is different. I can now already conclude. I'm not sure whether it's different enough, but it is completely different. We managed, as of March up to now, in the last 6 months, to design a new growth strategy after COVID-19, actually pressing fast forward on what we imagined with the Green Deal, doubling down on the targets that we had. Because again, the logic is self-evident. After the Corona crash, we need to rebuild our economy, we need to create new growth, we need to create new jobs. If we rebuild our society, why build up the old one and then start the transition to a new green sustainable future? You can better do it right in the first instance. So now we have ourselves the recovery package with a ton of money and a ton of policies and a shitload of bureaucracy. Yes, because we are the European Union, but this time we might make a real difference. That is only if you bear with us, if you're there too. Because what I think is the biggest difference between 10 years ago and right now is not that we are better people or better politicians. No, the circumstances are different in terms of technology. 10 years ago, we remember that, an electrical car, quite a miserable figure. Offshore wind, hugely expensive. Solar panels, only for the happy few and the nerdy and the green geeks. But who else could afford that? And now, fast forward 10 years on, all those technologies have gone through an incredible cost curve and made an ambitious development into the future. So, is that enough? No, we need more. We need much more. We need you. So let me give you a few examples to conclude this short introduction where we need you. Because at the moment we are writing policies here. And while writing that policy, I think of the things that we need to make the policies reality, to make it happen. And one of them is, next week, we will present the so-called renovation wave. We're good at titles here. The renovation wave, which is actually a call to renovate, insulate, modernize, retrofit 210 million buildings in Europe. That's all the buildings we have, 210 million. Most of them right now, mediocre or even badly insulated, almost none of them with a smart grid in there, and hardly any of them with renewable energy technologies on top of it. We need to change that to change. And while writing that policy, you can imagine so many innovations that are needed to make that change happen. We need insulation material that is much better than the current ones, much cheaper than the current ones. We need solar panels not on our roofs, we need to have it in the building blocks of a building, integrated into windows, integrated into facades, integrated into the roof. We need smart grids. We need much better interconnection between the grid, the car, the homes, and whatever is around us in our neighborhoods. We need you to invent that. And not only the technology, but also we need social innovation. Because how to convince a homeowner to go through the cumbersome process of retrofitting his house? You know, it costs quite some money up front. You earn some back in your energy bill, but you never get rich of it. And how to make that attractive? We are busy with those questions here, but I know one thing for certain, that is a family in, let's say, somewhere in Sofia, who decides to plan on renovating its house. The last person they are going to call is Brussels. And so we need much more than just technology. We need also social innovation, but also in other fields, electrical mobility, charging stations, those charging poles that you can now see and drip by drip coming into the streets. Imagine what happens if all the streets in our cities have those poles. It's going to be hugely ugly and very, it costs an enormous amount of electricity. So we need more beautiful systems, we need more efficient systems, we need wireless charging, obviously, in the end, or maybe even soon. And if we go out of our cities, agriculture, we need smart farming, we need precision farming. That's the only way we can combine the enormous need on food and supplies and also biomass with sustainable agriculture. And precision farming requires technology, and it requires know-how. So how to translate that technology to a farmer in Western Europe, but actually in the whole of the world. That's only 3 examples where I need you. And what do I have to offer? Well, my commitment to make that happen, to stay the course, because the worst thing that can happen is in a few years' time, again, the sustainable ambitions are wiped off the table and we are going back to our old lives doing something else because there's another urgency coming on. You have our commitment that will not happen this time. And also money, but not directly. The worst person who can finance your startup is Brussels. Take that from me. So what we are going to do is disseminate that money to national interlocutors, to intermediate services, national promotional banks, but also they are not very capable of doing this. So we need to find new ways. I'm happy to hear your ideas about it because we haven't figured that out yet. So here we are with an enormous opportunity in front of us, with a dull building that is making policies that could change the world, and with a room full of startups that will change the world. So let's get going.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diederik Samsom. Very impressive what you had to say to us, but please do allow me to tease you just a little bit. That's my role here. It seems to me that Europe has done things the way they have been done for a long, long time. And now I hear you say, we're going to turn it around and we need you. So that's 2 big steps in one turn, if you ask me.
Yes, but they are connected because we do it differently now. We need different input. Normally, we would only work, or Europe works with governments. That's who we know. We have only 27 phone numbers here, but that will not do the trick this time. So, in the recovery package that we designed just in the last few months because of COVID-19 and the need to recover from that, and we call it Next Generation EU. Again, we're good in titles. In that package, there's a lot about trying to get that money as soon as we can into new innovations, onto the ground, so to speak. And as I said in the last part of my introduction, we haven't figured it out yet how to do that exactly. We will figure it out with your help.
Okay, so 2 things come to mind. First of all, how did the process go within the Commission, the European Commission? It's not one known specifically for its versatility and for its, you know exactly what I'm trying to say. So how did decisions got taken? How did that go, the process?
Well, I'm new here too, so I can't compare with the past, but I can compare with the stories from the past. And this time, it was completely different. maybe COVID-19 helped a little. It's strange to say that, but there is advantages in such a crisis, obviously, because they change the way we operate and the way we think. They raise the urgency and they make us think out of the box. Also, the start of the new mandate or a new commission was different. You might remember, but that's all politics, the way the new commission president was chosen, basically picked out of thin air, somewhere out of Germany. And she had to make a splash in order to get elected. And the European Parliament would only elect a president with a hugely green ambition. So there we are. Mm-hmm. Second, I think the third most important reason why this building has changed in its decision-making and its sense of urgency is actually why all buildings in Europe, also companies, factories, schools are changing. It's our children. It's our youth. Mm-hmm. We've seen that little girl in Sweden sitting in front of her school, striking. Yes. That was a lonely sight for almost 2 years, but she kept going, and all of a sudden that spark hit the rest of Europe. And now we are all sitting as adults, some of us with children Greta's age or around that age. And I have the experience that in every conversation I have here in this building with people that think they have a lot of power, and sometimes they do. So CEOs, heads of state, ambassadors, etc. In all those conversations, at one point, they start talking about their children.
Yeah.
Asking pretty pertinent questions about what they're actually doing to save the future.
So one actually wonders why that didn't happen before. Why weren't we asking our children earlier? Why have we started now?
Well, actually, why was my generation when we were young?
Yes.
I remember joining Greenpeace from the university from Delft, and I was actually the only one in 21 of my fellow graduate students, and 18 of them joined Shell, and the other 3 joined McKinsey. Mm-hmm. And that was basically that time. I don't blame anybody for that. It was a different age and time. Yeah. And I think this time is different. We have a youth that I'm too young to remember the 60s, but I was told by my parents that at that time they were also pretty activist. But this time is again, we can see that happens, and they influence society just by being on the street. But more important, it's the conversation on the kitchen table with their parents.
You're right. I suppose it also helps that the staff at the European Commission is a lot younger now, and they probably are in favor of this Green New Deal.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure whether it's younger.
No,
we are. No, well, the European Commission it's actually the biggest European brain drain that I know of, and that's an advantage for the European Commission. I'm not sure whether it's an advantage for the member states, but we attract a lot of talent from member states. I have in my cabinet colleagues from Romania, Bulgaria, Poland, Slovenia, Malta, and they all have double IQs from mine. And they're very smart. So that's actually, the age is not the difference. This is a pretty smart building. The AQ, as we call it, the emotional coefficient, mediocre.
It could be, yes, I understand. I see there's some questions coming in through the chat. Let me just take you through a couple of them. What is the role and potential of digital innovation in the Green New Deal? Somebody asks.
Yeah, that's a question we ask ourselves too, because I didn't put any emphasis on it, but actually the transition that we want to go through is what we call a twin transition. So it's green and digital. I think it's actually one, because the digital enables the green transition in so many ways that we haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, it seems to me that the digital world has taken flight ever since COVID-19 started. We could have started earlier, couldn't we, Mr. Samsom? Why it took us so long to turn digital?
Yeah, but that's the essence of every innovation. Once you have it, you start asking yourself, why didn't I think of that before? Mm-hmm. Well, and then you can write books about it, but normally you need a special set of circumstances to get on. And yeah. COVID is one of those circumstances where all of a sudden we do realize that digital learning has to take a huge flight in order to make ourselves more resilient for next pandemics, because they will come.
Yeah.
but also in other ways we change our world, and our circumstances change our world. And when I look at it, it's my colleague Kim Jurgensen, who's the head of cabinet for Vice President Verstager, and Verstager is the guru of the digital transition. And when I talk to him, he sometimes despairs a little because of the huge differences all over Europe in the way the digital environment has taken off.
Yeah.
Estonia is a nice example. They are good at marketing, and they have a pretty good digital environment too. But the Netherlands is absolutely number 2. And Germany is almost on the last place, and that's our neighbor. Huh?
So it seems to me we need to level that all over Europe if we want a certain type of quality to be in effect everywhere. Another question coming in through the chat room: do you believe that economic growth can go hand in hand with environmental protection? That's a question that we're going to hear all day, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's well, as I recalled, it was also criticism that we got from. Presenting the environmental strategy, the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, because at that time people were also saying, hey, that's a contradiction. They cannot go together. But a smart man sometime at one day told me that growth does not only have a speed, it also has a direction. And we need to get into the right direction with our growth.
What are you saying? Are we now moving in different directions?
Well, we did in the last 150 years.
Yes.
So we need to change direction. I'm not sure whether that also means changing speed. Maybe in the beginning, because changing direction, well, you can imagine a car, you have to slow down in order to take the turn. But in the end, I'm not sure whether what type of growth is, or what speed of growth is important or sufficient, or even makes it impossible to get to a sustainable future. I know that there is a direction, and you have the wrong one and the right one, and we're doing everything to get into the right direction.
I'm sure I remember vaguely some scientific formula that talks about speed and direction, but I don't have it in my head at this moment. One more question: is COVID-19 helping or hindering this green transition in Europe, worldwide even?
Difficult to tell, because we are in the midst of it at the moment. Well, paradoxically, as I explained before, it's helping because it creates a sense of urgency, and yes, it creates an enormous amount of public money. Well, I'm not sure how we do create that, but all of a sudden there is that urge to spend public money into a certain direction. And since it's money, we have a bit more steer, not everything, by the way, we don't have it fully under control, but we can steer that money into the right direction and create that sustainable future. So at the moment, I think the net result is a positive one, but I'm bracing for the next half a year.
Yes, aren't we all, actually? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because at the end, it hampers the way we live, it hampers the way we make progress, it hampers everything in our lives. And if that continues for a while, we need to gear up for different ideas and different ways to get out of there.
Yeah. Well, we've got the smartest people in the world watching today, so they will be one step ahead of us at every corner, I'm sure. When will all this be in effect? You talked about all those buildings. You've talked about the many aspects of the Green New Deal. When am I, as a civilian, going to notice the difference?
Very soon, not because of us, but because it already started. For instance, you will see it on our streets. I mean, just now Volkswagen released the ID.3, which is the electrical car for normal people, and that will be followed up by about 23 of those, and you will see the image on the street will change very soon, and also on our roofs, because solar panels are now hugely profitable. But that's actually just the beginning of it. We have a trajectory of 2 and maybe even 3 decades ahead of us, and I cannot plan for that. I have 5 years here. So I've set myself and ourselves here a goal that within 5 years, Europe must be onto an irrevocable pathway towards that sustainable future. So by then, we must have set the direction of our growth into a definite track towards the right point on the horizon. Because if we haven't done so in 5 years' time, I would almost say don't bother trying.
Why is that? You must always continue trying.
Yeah, we will, because the humankind will always keep trying. But we have to look at the science and be worried about what we need to do at what speed. So we don't have all the time of the world anymore.
Yeah,
I'm in a hurry.
Another question, probably the last one that I have time for with you today, Mr. Samsom. How are we going to change the system of short-term shareholders?
I'm not sure where we are. I hope we can incentivize the system towards long-term shareholders. So that might be the better way to solve this problem. What we need to do with companies is that they need to be incentivized to look at the longer-term future. If you look at family companies and that are created by a family, owned by a family, and given on to their spouses and the rest of the family, you can always see the long-term vision there, because they just think 3 generations ahead.
Yeah.
And with stockholding companies, that is hardly the case, and you can't even blame them sometimes, because they need to deliver for their shareholders. This is a real issue that we're working on right now. That's the third vice president of the European Commission. We don't have more than 3. We're not going into Chinese systems, but still we're getting there. So the third one is Dombrovskis, and he's working on sustainable finance with loads of branches on that tree. One of them being to try and first of all lure, but then force companies also onto that sustainable pathway. And the good part of this story is that a lot of those companies desperately want to get on that pathway. It's sometimes incompetence or other reasons that they don't get there.
Okay.
But most of them really want now.
Yeah, so the paradigm shift has taken place. Well, from what I hear from you, Mr. Samsom, you've got your work cut out for you this 5 years that you are in office there. Wish you got a lot of luck with that. But before I let you go, there's this very important envelope I have in my hand with the top 16 people who will be vying for that #1 spot tomorrow during the award ceremony of ClimateLaunchpad. I'm going to hand it to you.
Right.
Please read them to the people at home.
I got the envelope.
It's changed colors. That's miraculous.
Cyberspace can do. Anyway, right. The 16 finalists are.
Take your time. Yes.
#1, Malaysia, Herculean Climate Solutions. #2. Hold on. I'll wait for the applause. #2, Denmark, Climate. Is that the right pronunciation?
I think so.
Climate. Third, Australia, Local Cycle. 4, Israel, Paragon Hydrogen, I think, or Paragon H2. Austria, Legendary Fish, nice name. UK, or actually England, Synthesia. Are you still with me?
I am so with you. You
Good,
wouldn't
good,
believe
good.
it.
We are not halfway yet. Denmark again. WAIR. Wire. India. Carbon Craft Design. Curious what that is. Israel again. Yes, obviously. Plastic bag. Plastic bag.
Mm-hmm.
Bangladesh. Cassetex. India. Again, good. Aquanerge. Mozambique. Biomac. And going into Africa again. Tanzania. Green Venture. Australia. 11 Store. And the last two are Uruguay, SOSAI, SOSEI, and Egypt, iFarm. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to all the 16 finalists. We will be hearing from them tomorrow, and they will be pitching their ideas, and that will go through the whole system of the jury and the people at home voting. Mr. Samsom, are you happy with the way this is distributed globally? These 16 finalists. Do you feel that every corner of the earth is represented in some way?
Some corners a bit more than others, but every. Yeah, no, true, and that's what I like about it, and I like it a lot actually. To be honest, going to Brussels already increased my world quite a lot, being confined in Den Haag for a while as a national politician. But that raised my taste for broadening my scope. So
I think more Dutch people should do that, broaden their scope a little. Yes.
Yes, I fully agree with you, and that's why I'm trying to put that into practice.
Yeah.
As soon as we, because the Green Deal has a worldwide ambition, so we are going to reach out, and I explicitly say we are going because of COVID-19, but we are committed to reach out to the rest of the world, to take them along, to help, and if that doesn't work, yes, we might also become a bit more vigilant towards some other parts of the world, because everybody is on this same planet, and we all have to do.
Yes, I have a friend in Jamaica who says the earth is our friend. We are the children of the earth, and that's what we should realize. Will you now, as a European Commission, will you be keeping an extra eye on these 16 finalists?
Well, I will. I'm not sure whether I can promise that for the institute. You might get lost as soon as you, and I'm not sure whether you are helped if the institution keeps an eye on you. But I will certainly do that.
Yes. And in what way will you be approaching them? How will that work?
Well, I will follow their work. All of them are on websites, obviously, and let's promise that. I can also be a sort of beacon of information. So if somebody, for some reason, I can't imagine why, but let's assume you need the help of the European Commission with some of your work, we are there.
That's wonderful. Thank you so very much, Mr. Samsom, for taking time to explain to us what this European Green Deal is, and also for your encouraging words towards startups. You telling them that you need them. It's not the other way around. You need them for the task that you have ahead of you. Thank you once again also for announcing those 16 finalists. I'm sure they have started biting their nails now, but they have a couple of hours left before we start voting on them. Wishing you a wonderful day and the best of luck in Brussels. Thank you, Diederik Samsom. So that brings us to the end of this segment. It's time for another break. Let me see. We will resume at the top of the hour, and then we will be tackling the subject of the future of clean tech. So I hope you'll join us then. See you then. Bye.
The truth is all these rhymes barely hold me together, but I still try to bear it through the bad weather. Winters harvesting, so I still really love the color blue, and after the quiet comes, I still have my baby sleepy hum. Losing what my
you tear through the light. Watch the clouds float by and leave you cold in the night. And leave you cold in the night.
It's always afternoon and I'm with you. We can waste a day, go and play Saturday vibes with you. Let's go watch the sun kissing the moon. About to go insane, need a break, wanna feel something new. Da, 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 da. had so many worries, but now they're all gone. But now they're all gone. When I woke up, I had so many worries, but now they're all gone. But now they're all gone.
So we are back. Thank you for joining us again. In this segment of the program, you will hear from Michael Liebreich, who is the founder and senior contributor of Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and Julia Watson. She is the principal of Julia Watson Design Studio. Now, that's two world-class thinkers in one slot. We will be discussing the future of clean tech with them. And let's start with a presentation by Michael Liebreich. He will take us through the upcoming breakthroughs in clean tech and share with us the ways that startup founders can benefit. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm very honored to be addressing a group of young entrepreneurs at the beginning of their journey. So what I thought I could do is first talk about, and I've got a little presentation, some of the trends, the kind of state of what's happening in the transition to low carbon energy and transportation. And then at the end, a little bit, we can talk about my journey, because I was an entrepreneur. Maybe I still will be at some point in the future. But I started New Energy Finance. I sold it to Bloomberg, and I now have no executive role. I'm just a senior contributor. But that in itself was quite a transition and a journey. Now, if I can share my screen, I can then start with that program. Okay, so here we go. I hope everybody can see that.
We can see
So my thesis is that we are much closer to peak emissions than we think. And that was true even before COVID. I'll talk a little bit about COVID as well. But you know, this is a bit of a surprise, because you know, we are now living through a period where the public view has changed dramatically, and it's kind of summed up by Greta Thunberg, who does a great job of educating everybody. But what she says is basically nothing is being done. You know, you adults have done nothing, you've let us down. And it's a very persuasive narrative, but I'm going to try and explain why it's not actually true. And there's a lot more going on, and it's a lot more exciting and positive than you would think from that statement. So here is the growth in emissions from the energy industry. And you can see it is this very depressing picture. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. This being the ClimateLaunchpad and not the anything else, the FinTech Launchpad or whatever. You I'm sure know this chart. But I want to draw your attention to these last few years, because there's a real big difference between that period where we have cheap, clean energy, where we have post-Paris 2015, where corporates are thinking about their own emissions, where you have sustainable finance, so many trends that are very different from anything that has gone before. And if you expand that trend, yes, emissions have still gone up. So we are not through the peak, at least pre-COVID. You could definitely say, there's still an upward trend. But, GDP, which is a horrible measure of welfare, but a good measure of economic activity and a good measure of jobs, which are kind of important, GDP in that 6-year period grew 23% and emissions grew only 3%. So there's a real sign, and this is at a global level. So this is not because of imports. There's no fiddling this. This is figures from IMF, from IEA, and we're seeing this divergence between economic activity, which is what is pulling people out of poverty and so on, and emissions nearing the peak. And so you can ask, why is that happening? And of course, there is some change to economic activity, countries maturing, more middle classes, more services. There's a switch from coal to gas. There's energy efficiency, true efficiency, where you use less energy per ton of cement or steel. And of course, there is cheap renewables. Pretty much every presentation I give, and I must have given 500 or 600 in the last 15 years or so, has an experience curve in it. You're not going to escape without them. This is the learning curve that drives down the cost of all clean technologies. These are manufactured technologies, material science technologies, very often with a software element. And so they go down these very steep experience curves. And if you think visually, when I started New Energy Finance, 2005, that was a big solar farm. I started in 2004, but 2005. Now, a big solar farm stretches to the horizon. Same with wind. This was when I started New Energy Finance. The biggest wind turbine was 4 megawatts, hadn't even been built yet. It was on in the plans. And of course, now we're looking at 14 megawatt wind turbines being installed. 13 to 15 is now the size for these big offshore wind turbines. And I've no doubt that in some years, maybe the turn of the decade, maybe a bit after, we will see even bigger wind turbines. What has that done to the costs? Well, this was just 10 years ago, 2011, and clean energy was uncompetitive. And the question I was always asked is, when will clean energy reach grid competitiveness? In other words, when will it be competitive with other sources of electricity? And well, the answer was 2015. Because here, just for those not familiar with electricity prices, if you can get to about 6 US cents per kilowatt hour, you're competitive in the wholesale markets. And here you can see 17 cents for offshore wind. Forget it. You have to subsidize, you have to force it into the system. But you fast forward to today, and these are the best projects are now offshore wind is fully competitive, onshore wind and solar. This is the cheapest form of electricity ever added to the grid from any technology in the history of, I could say the planet, or I could say the universe, because you can't prove me wrong, but this is the cheapest ever. And of course, that is a game changer. We now live in a time where around the world, 2/3 of the population live in an area where either wind or solar is the cheapest form of new generation. Now, of course, it's variable, so you need a grid that can cope with the variability, so it can move electricity around, smooth it out. We'll talk a little bit about that. But if your grid is good, right now, you're buying wind, you're buying solar because it's cheap. So the most popular additions, you can see there, in Russia was nuclear back in 2010. Everywhere else was mainly coal, a lot of gas. 2014, solar comes through as a cheap resource, wind comes through. And by last year, you can see it's not just that they are cheaper, but they're being realized to be cheaper, and by the utilities, by the developers, by the policymakers, and they're being added as the most popular sources of new power. And there you can see what that does to the energy mix, or to the share of power generation, not capacity, but generation. That little green curve goes from 1% 20 years ago to 3% to 11%. And I think you can probably guess what happens next. Now, what is that doing? Coal is being forced off the system. This is the future history of coal globally. This comes from the UK. The UK, of course, kicked off the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, led the world into coal, and is leading the world out of coal. By 2025, there'll be no more coal on the UK power system. But it's happening in the US as well, despite the fact that President Trump promised to end the war on coal. He's done no such thing. Coal is falling off the system in the US as well. And around the world, we hear about all these coal-fired power stations still being built. In the first half of 2020, for the first time beyond human memory, there was more coal capacity retired, that's the gray line, than added, that's the amount above the line. So you can see a downward trend, and this is to do with the economics. The coal is being used less, it's got a lower capacity factor, so it's not being built in the volumes that it used to, and there are retirements growing because even in Asia, there are aging plants, and there are plants that are polluting the air too close to cities, so they're being shut. So coal actually peaked for the thermal use. Coal peaked in around 2013. We are already past peak coal. Now, the nature of the power system is changing. This is California. You may know that there were some power outages a couple of weeks ago in California, not just because there was so much renewables, also because their regulatory system is unable to cope. It's been unable to keep the flexible resources online. It's been unable to switch on and off those Nest thermostats and feed in that flexibility into the market. And so they've had troubles. But they were not driven only by this trend towards more and more variable renewables, but it does require management. Now, luckily, we also live in an age of digitization. And this is the hidden tailwind behind all of this, that we're going from an analog infrastructure system to digital, just as we went between 1980 and 2010, we went from an analog telecoms and media and IT and information system to a fully digital one. And it's happening in infrastructure as well. We're going to a world where there will be chips and sensors everywhere. The idea of having one thermostat in your house under the stairs versus many, many sensors in each room. Communications with 5G, ubiquitous. Storage and processing could be in the device, could be in the cloud. Nobody cares. It's transparent. Artificial intelligence and machine learning, which become available as a service and very cheap. And then distributed ledgers so that you can have a solar roof, a washing machine paying a solar roof without involving an accountant, an audit, a time lag, an error, and so on. And so to balance all these resources, a fully digital system enormously lowers the cost of doing that. Now, the other thing that happens is batteries. And of course, batteries have been going down their own experience curve. And we all know the prices on electric cars will continue to drop until they're within reach of the average family. Seems obvious. The scary thing about that quotation is that it was actually written in 1915, over 100 years ago. Over 100 years ago, expectations around EVs. But it's starting to happen, and we'll look at what has changed. You can see there, we now have 8 million EVs, passenger EVs, cars, light trucks on the roads. It's also buses and two-wheelers, particularly in Asia. 8 million out of 1.6 billion cars and light trucks, a long way to go. As entrepreneurs, you should be thinking, wow, you know, we're at the beginning of this huge, huge trend with opportunities. Now, this is the experience curve on batteries, 87% reduction in costs over the last decade. And the other driver, though, is not just the batteries, it's also air quality. And for a mayor or a municipality, it's very often easier politically to make a change because of air quality, which people see and they feel, and they see their kids coughing and their elderly relatives. It's easier to make changes because of air quality than it is because of this thing, climate change, which is very real to us, but not real to a lot of people out there in the I don't want to say it, but real world in the day-to-day activities. So there's London, Madrid. This is a global theme of air quality. There's Delhi, Sydney. And of course, the car companies have got on board with this in a way I could not have predicted even 3 years ago. This is Daimler-Benz, which for the first time since 1885, 135 years, does not have a development platform for internal combustion engines for its cars and light trucks. Does not have a platform. First time in 135 years, complete commitment to the electric platform. There's a few holdouts who still talk about fuel cells. I'm slightly famous for being a very big skeptic about fuel cell cars. It's a really stupid solution. We don't need to go into that. But essentially, it has half of the efficiency of simply sticking electricity into a very simple electric car with very few moving parts and obviously a great entertainment system. Now, it's not just cars. Two-wheelers, we've already seen in that previous chart, and buses. Total cost of ownership, electric buses for anything other than long-distance trips are now competitive, but also delivery vehicles. We've seen things like Amazon Prime promising to buy a very large number of electric vehicles, and that goes all the way up to what will eventually be the very large vehicles, Daimler, Tesla, and others, Volvo. They're all working on commercial vehicles over first urban type deliveries or shorter distance, but eventually longer distance. And of course, there's some funky delivery modes, which as entrepreneurs might be kind of cool to think about, whether it's aerial delivery or automated on street. And there's a lot of activity in that space too. It's also functional vehicles. I love the electric garbage truck. Why? Because it's quiet, doesn't wake me up in the morning. Never mind the fact that it's also probably good for the climate. And even ships are going towards electric for anything short distance, hybrid, maybe ammonia, probably ammonia for longer distance, and even aviation. And you just saw maybe an announcement last week about some hydrogen planes being launched by Airbus, but also they're going to go to an electric drivetrain, which then opens up all sorts of innovative opportunities. Now, in 2015, I went to Shanghai to the Bloomberg New Energy Finance Summit, and I put that chart up there. You can see saying, historically, it has been an article of faith that oil demand always grows. Now, over time, the rate at which it's supposed to grow has come down. And I postulated that we may be looking at a future where the oil demand never goes through this mythical 100 million barrels a day of demand. And I can tell you, in Shanghai, in an audience full of energy people, there was a little bit of shuffling and a little bit of this sort of, yeah, well, you know, this guy is sort of, you know, he's speaking up, he's talking up the clean energy space, but he doesn't really know what's happening with the emerging middle classes and how they want to get cars and what's going to happen in Asia and around the developing world and so on. This is the latest set of forecasts that BP, or scenarios that BP published just a couple of weeks ago. And they look very suspiciously similar. BP is the first oil company to say that we are at 100 million barrels, pretty much at peak oil demand. And all the other oil companies are not far behind. Some of them have a bit of growth through to 2040, but none of them are forecasting this endless growth scenario. There's lots more innovation. There is so much room as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, to operate in this energy, smart infrastructure, transport matrix. It's just everywhere. These are on the heating side. There's some very good news for the climate from heating, that heat pumps are actually dramatically outgrowing air conditioners. And the sad thing here is that the scale is 10 to 1, or 1 to 10, heat pump to air conditioner, 10 to 1 air conditioner to heat pump. And we need to see that reverse because of the efficiency of the heat pump. But we are seeing heating innovation at large scale picking up speed in that space. And then hydrogen, where we're looking at dramatic falls, experience curve again, pushing down the cost of green hydrogen. So it will certainly ultimately displace current uses of hydrogen in fertilizer and refineries. It will also beat out blue hydrogen ultimately, so hydrogen from fossil fuels with carbon capture. And then with a carbon price, only with a carbon price, it could beat out other fossil fuel uses in industry and other parts of the economy. Very, very interesting. Now, I said that we're reaching peak emissions, it's not just that we're reaching peak, it's very important that we are not headed towards some of the really extreme scenarios that dominate the press. And it's very important for us all, because we're talking about these issues every day, to understand that some of the scenarios that are out there about sea level rise, about collapse of ice sheets, about extinctions, are based on a scenario that is no longer remotely realistic. This is average. We've seen that coal has peaked there. You can see it again, green per capita. Oops. And that is the scenario that you see in most of the press coverage. Most of the coverage of the climate crisis is based on something called RCP 8.5. And I think if you look at that, you go, well, hang on a second, coal has peaked. Why are we still hearing stories based on coal going up by a factor of something like 6? So we're not going to go to the 5 degrees, 7 degrees, but we must not be complacent, because where we are headed is somewhere around 3 degrees, plus or minus half a degree or 1 degree. And what we need to do is get that down to 2 degrees or even to 1.5. So no room for complacency, even though we may have reached a peak, even though we're not going off to those sorts of emission growth, we've got to bend the curve more quickly. Now, I said I would touch on 2 more things. One is COVID, and I'll do this briefly. And then the other is my journey as an entrepreneur building new energy finance. So I think we've all, those of us in the energy space have been following what happened to energy demand. We've seen electricity demand around the world took a hit, bounced back. We've seen oil demand also take this huge hit in a short term with the lockdowns and then trend back upwards. But there are sticky changes. And, this is aviation, and you see a huge difference between what's happening with China international, China domestic. It is possible that we'll get a vaccine, that sometime next year, all of this will be just forgotten and we'll go back to the way we were before. My suspicion is there will be stickiness, there will be new behaviors learned both in international travel. This is a fabulous technology, a fabulous way of talking to people. It saves transport, and also in cities. So this is London, and here's the trend in cars, light trucks, HGV. So fossil fuel using individual transportation. This is active transportation, cycling and walking. We saw a big jump during the lockdown. It's come down, but we have seen a step change. And people who are perhaps now never going to go back to 5 days a week in the office will also demand improvements in their local neighborhoods in terms of livability. But this is one we need to be very scared about. Public transport, people are still scared of going on it, and it has not come back. And so we're seeing congestion as people leave buses and light rail and trains and find individualistic ways of transporting themselves. These are all things that we need to put into the mix. As entrepreneurs, they do give rise to opportunities, but also as civic society members, which we all are, we need to be understanding these trends, get ahead of them. We've got to figure out a way to get back to public transportation of some sort. And maybe it's mass transportation, maybe private, not public, maybe entrepreneurially managed and run. There may be opportunities in data, but we've got to fix this problem. The final side, I also want to mention sustainable finance. Those of you who'll be raising money, there is an awareness of climate and sustainability in the finance sector like never before. Chalk and cheese. I was writing about how the system was institutionally fossilist, institutionally biased against people like you and me working on these issues, institutionally biased against clean solutions. It is now, at the very least, a level playing field and probably biased in your favor. Now, I promised I would finish with a few words on my own journey, and I go back to 2004, so this is now 16 years ago. Look how young I look. That's me in the middle, if you can't even recognize me. No beard and much more hair and so on. So that was the team. 2004, we are actually in a friend's conference room. We took the table out, we put more chairs in, and we started hammering data into laptops. And in fact, of those people, 2 of us are employees and 4 of us are interns. And that's how we started the business. This is October 2004. And you've got there, I'm trying to count, so probably 3 or 4. The person who took the photograph in the last picture was also an employee. So 3, call it 3 employees, 4 interns. This is probably 4 or 5, 4 employees and the rest interns. That's just a few months later. That's me, again, looking very young, posting my first invoice. Now, one of the things that, talking to Frans and his team, the emphasis of your course, of what you've been doing, of your progress to this point, has been to emphasize that you are embarking on building businesses. And businesses have what's in my hand, invoices. They have revenue. Business is very simple. The amount of revenue you bring in has to be bigger than your costs. And then you just do more of it. So it's just slightly, I'm trying to emphasize that for all of the great trends, mega trends, save the planet, you've got to run a proper business with revenues. These were our revenues and our revenue growths, quarter by quarter through till 2009. As you can see, we had a pretty smooth growth, quarter on quarter, with a big surge at the end of 2008. The growth rate year on year dropped from the hundreds of percent down to about 40%. And in October 2009, that is an actual picture of me negotiating across the table. I can't say who it is, but across the table is one of the companies that we talked to, October 2009, before selling to Bloomberg. And now that is...
Rounding up, Michael, rounding up.
I am only a contributor, but there you can see the company has gone from strength to strength and is the world-leading provider of information on this stuff. So that's it from me. Very good timing with the intervention. And I don't know if we have time now for questions, but I will finish by wishing you all luck, both with the ClimateLaunchpad process and also thereafter as you build your businesses, which do good whilst doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Michael Liebreich. I find it interesting to see that in 2004 you still sent your invoices by actual snail mail. How times have changed. And yes, to answer your question, we do have some time for some questions still. First of all, how does where you live and operate affect the opportunities that you actually have in this field?
That's a great question for lots of reasons. Partly because I immediately was thinking, okay, this is a question about geography and are there better places, but it's also really a question about what are your life experiences, because they're very conditioned on where you live, and what markets do you understand, what you know about. But of course, the third aspect is that may all be changing with COVID, because you have a lot of legacy businesses that entrepreneurs who are starting today are competing with, and they don't, you know, the amount of time we wasted finding offices and negotiating leases, which at the time when I started New Energy Finance, 5-year lease was the minimum you could get. Mm-hmm. And you were going to grow and you knew you were going to have to somehow get out of that and find somebody else to take on your office. What a waste of time. Of course, then you've got service offices came in, and now maybe you don't need an office at all. Maybe you just start virtually. We did some of that. Our first journalists were based anywhere. But I think you are still very conditioned by the experience that you have. And I think there are opportunities everywhere, but it's clear that there are some places that are easier than others. London was great for what I did because I could hire those. We needed a Chinese speaker, boom, get a Chinese speaking intern. You need a Japanese speaker, boom, get a Japanese speaking intern. Now you just can't do that I mean, frankly, you couldn't even do that in probably Paris or Frankfurt as well as in London. But, you know, go for what you know, don't think it's all about the location. You all have to move to Berlin or you all have to move to London. No, you go for markets and niches, and think about making a product or service that you can sell for more than it costs to make.
Yeah.
It's very simple stuff.
Okay, so but if you're a startup in the jungle of Honduras, for example, you don't have the same infrastructure that we do here in Europe. Will that be impeding you on your way to clean tech?
Well, okay. So in the jungle in Honduras, what could you do? You could do some. There are agricultural business models that you could do of products, herbs, spices grown in amongst the trees in a soft way that's climate friendly, and then get it certified and build an export business. One thing you've got from Honduras, you could probably distribute around the world just as easily as you can from anywhere. Having been to Honduras, which is one of the few countries I found very difficult, I think it's probably very hard to just start a company and to move at the sort of warp speed that I was able to in London. So that one might be challenging, but it'll be challenging from a bureaucracy point of view, not because there aren't ideas about businesses that you could do, because I'm sure there's ecotourism, and service opportunities. Electric vehicles, Honduras is going to go electric just the same as everybody else.
It just might take a little bit longer than other places.
There's going to be more friction. There's going to be more friction, I suspect.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned, Michael, the necessity of getting back into public transportation. And here's a question from one of our viewers. How can governments incentivize public transport during and post-COVID-19?
So I think during COVID, what you've really got to do is focus on the safety and the cleanliness and the public confidence. So, for instance, you may need, well, first of all, you do need to clean and you do need to make sure that people are wearing masks. And I've been actually very vocal about the enormous delays. I mean, in London, that was not done by the mayor and TfL for literally months after it became obvious it was needed. Mm-hmm. So you've got to do all of that. But you may also need to do more than that. You may need to do some theatrical things like measuring people's temperature, not because you're particularly good, it actually is not a particularly good way of keeping the network safe, but people will feel better if they see lots of people, at the tube stations, at the bus stops, ensuring, never mind measuring a temperature, just making sure not too many people get on buses.
Yes.
We have a theoretical limit, but it's not policed, so it's pointless, and people don't have confidence because it's not policed. So whatever it is, hire volunteers, reallocate people from the back office, train them, have them out there, making it obvious that you're taking this stuff seriously. And hopefully we can get people back onto the public transport quickly.
Yes. And one thing that would help for me personally is you touched on the notion of cleanliness, but people just keep wiping stuff with this little piece of paper, and that to me is not cleaning up the thing. So is there a role for a startup or government in that aspect?
Well, let me talk about a startup that I chair, if I might. So Zelo is a smart mobility startup that provides commuter bus coaches for corporates. And the thesis was, you've got all these white collar workers going to offices or call centers, whatever, and, let's get them out of their cars and into buses, because middle class white collar people tend not to like using buses. They're slow, you have to mingle and so on. So what happened during COVID was all of the business went away. Literally, we lost 80% of the business. And literally within a month, we got that business back from new customers by offering COVID-safe transport. So you take a big bus, put 6 people in it, have the driver wear a mask, have the driver spraying and cleaning properly, and you tell the client, we can get your critical workers who are not white-collar workers. They're workers in meat packing and in food industry and in logistics and in medical services. We can get those people to work on time so they're not missing the beginning of the shift and they're not at risk of catching COVID on the way to work. So, and that's a public-private, well, I don't know, it's a private business picking up where the public sector has been really slow. Mm-hmm. Could you have cleaning services that are on offer to companies, to municipalities that would come in and do deep cleans? There are, this is a huge tragedy, but there are also opportunities to those people who are nimble and can adapt quickly to the new reality.
Yes.
I have another portfolio company that was providing coding camps for kids. Right? So teaching kids coding, take over a school during the holidays, run a program. Well, guess what? The school's all shut, the kids are all at home, the parents going crazy. Within a week, they started offering online, started designing online coding camps, and their revenue has gone up, not down during COVID.
So versatility
Up,
is
not down.
versatility is key here. Let's move away from the public transportation. What do you expect to be the great successes in the near future?
Oh gosh, it depends what you mean by great successes. I mean, because obviously there's going to be some.
What will change the way we live, move around, do our work?
So I think that what I would do is I would recommend a very broad definition of climate, because homeschooling, home medicine, home working for me is also climate, right? It's also changing behaviors. And I think one of the things that we need to do is there have been some good behaviors learned during this period. And we need to lock those in. And there will also be big opportunities. I'll give you an example. I was actually talking to the entrepreneur, Elizabeth Tweedale. It's a woman entrepreneur, I'm also really pleased to say, with Cypher Camps. And she was talking about how people used to have, like, let's say, music lessons for their kids or extra French. And you would bundle them in the car, drive across London, spend 45 minutes in traffic, and sit there doing nothing, waiting while your kid had the lesson, and then come back. Schools will not go virtual, right? Because it's actually great to get the kids out socializing, out of the house, the parents need it and so on. But tutoring is going to go, largely virtual. So those are opportunities that are, now people who would never have considered having their kid learning guitar from somebody who is actually in Cape Town or in wherever, if it's guitar, then it should be in Spain or in Latin America or whatever. But they will now do that. So there's huge opportunities. They are also good for the climate, because that car that was going to the class is not on the roads.
Yes, even conferences.
So digitization, broadly speaking, think digital. Think about what a digital architecture, digital infrastructure. I also have a company, this is kind of my portfolio. I have a portfolio company that is doing monitoring of geotechnical risk, dams that collapse in Brazil. And it's terrible, danger, or roads, bridges, the bridge in Italy that collapses. All of that can be digitally monitored, right? So the opportunity isn't in building new bridges. The opportunity is in putting sensors, maybe use a drone to put a sensor on a bridge or something like that.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, that's all we have time for now, Michael. Thank you so very much for joining us and for giving us your presentation and taking time to answer the questions. Joining me again here in the studio is Farid. Hi, Farid.
Yes, Aldous. There's so many opportunities around, eh?
Aren't there? Yes. It's wonderful.
We go to our next guest?
Yes, please do that.
Yes, after your fascinating chat with Michael. Our next guest is an author of Low Tech, a beautiful title for a book. A global exploration of nature-based technology. I think she has also some great insights from all over the globe, what we can learn from nature, from our own behavior when it comes to finding solutions for clean tech and climate change. Let's go to her. Let's go to Julia Watson. I hope she is already here in our studio. There she is.
I'm here.
Virtually. Great to hear you, Julia. We're having a great afternoon with very inspiring speakers when it comes to how can we really make use of all these opportunities around. And you wrote a beautiful, interesting book. You wrote a nice op-ed for the New York Times even recently. So please share with us your insights when it comes to low tech.
Okay, I'm going to just share with you my screen because I have a presentation to also share with you. So just today, I want to begin by just acknowledging where I'm speaking from. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. I'm speaking from the lands of the first people of Brooklyn, New York. They're the Lenape people. I want to honor them, their past and their present, and honor the lands on which I'm talking from. So in 1966, an architect called Cedric Price, he asked this incredible question. He said, technology is the answer, but what was the question? And this provoked the field of design, my field, to ask these really serious questions about how does technology impact culture and society and our cities. And today I feel like we're still answering this question, but it's a similar question. It's not exactly the same. If technology is if sustainability is the answer, what was the question? And we can keep on going up higher, and we can go out wider and deeper to extract. Sorry, there's a dog in the background. But to what end will sustainability save us if we don't systemically change these conditions? And traditionally, technology was presented as this answer for humans' needs and limitations, whereas sustainability has come later, and it's been a counter to this dominant mode of infinite growth on a finite planet. And today we find ourselves at this really interesting moment where we're caught in this fascination for high-tech innovation, where our future could look like this, where we have these smart cities and with trillions of gigabytes of data that are generated daily towards the most efficient environments for growth. Or like this, where we're bringing plants and trees onto skyscrapers, which has really become our most visual landmark for sustainable innovation. And so earlier this year, The Guardian highlighted how smart cities will be exceedingly complex to manage with all sorts of unpredictable vulnerabilities. And in contrast to the article, they made this case for excellent dumb cities, protesting that many of our challenges, we don't need new technologies or new ideas for, but what we will need is the foresight and the courage to think about what is the best of the old ideas that we can integrate. And in April of this year, Greta Thunberg and The Guardian columnist George Monbiot, they called for trees and wetlands and plants to tackle this problem of climate crisis. And what seems so strange to me is that when we talk about climate change and climate mitigation solutions, we're still really thinking on the grounds of conservation and these ideas of untouched wildernesses and wetlands and mountains and deserts, rather than considering that there are thousands of ways that local communities have really been adapting and developing cities and landscapes with these incredibly resilient technologies and incredibly sophisticated technologies that are more advanced than some of the thinking that we have today. So cities can really be part of this climate change solution, and they absolutely have to be. And so because this is a story that is becoming really all too familiar with us today around the globe. We see wildfires that are sparked by seasonal drought and rains and underfunded prevention and century-old bans of cultural burning practices that have been established by colonization. And we know that these fires, they impact the air quality in our cities. So we can no longer pretend that our cities and our open countryside interfaces, that these are two places that are completely unconnected. It's all interconnected now. And so last year, my birth country of Australia, it witnessed the worst fires that it had ever seen. And in the midst of all this catastrophe, something really interesting came out of all of that. And what we learned is that the ancestral lands that still practiced cultural burning or fire stick farming were fine as these fires raged around them. And this indigenous pyrotechnology, which we call it, which is cultural burning or fire stick farming, it has evolved over millennia, and it cut down this destructive impact of these wildfires by half. And the trees in these landscapes, they survived these wildfires because of slow burning practice that happened before the wildfires come. And it's guided by traditional ecological knowledge that's also called TEK, which might be familiar if you're familiar with my book. And this knowledge is passed down for generations. And so, in the context of this very day, right now, we're witnessing these wildfires. They're raging across the American West, Brazil, the Arctic, Siberia, and Argentina. And while the threats of the wildfires, they're a global phenomenon. They happen naturally. They've happened for thousands of years. But they're also now, because of their frequency and because of their ferocity, they're an indicator of climate change. But we can't ignore that they're also a man-made disaster, because We know that we shouldn't be building in some of these wildland interfaces, but we also know that we have the technology of how to prevent this destructive impact of these wildfires. And so the book that I wrote and the work that I do really does pose this question. It's an intuition that I've had for a really long time. What if our most sustainable innovations were actually rooted in cultures who'd figured out how to deal with these climate issues and crises a millennia ago? And so just this week, an article came out in the New York Times. It's being published in the T magazine on the weekend. And it's written by Niki Saval, and he's talking about this idea that, you know, in the future with pandemics and environmental disasters, a lot of what designers and architects and people who are really thinking about the future, we call ourselves futurists, where we're being forced to imagine a world in which, you know, maybe some of the most relevant innovations are going to be seen by looking back the way that we've done things before. And so scientists have acknowledged that we are in the midst of the Earth's sixth mass extinction. But what we haven't really understood is that species alone will not be the 21st century's greatest loss, because those same forces that drive the species extinction, they're also responsible for the extinction of these nature-based technologies. And these technologies could very well hold the key to some of the survival technologies, the technologies of survival that we'll need. And the reason being is that these technologies have actually been evolved over multiple generations, hundreds and sometimes thousands of years, based on responses to exactly the same conditions that we're dealing with now: floods, fires, sea level rise, drought, severe weather, just to name a few. And so the same crisis that we're dealing with today, we know there have been solutions and innovations that have been evolved to deal with those crises before. And they're incredibly well adapted to their environments. And in fact, they play a really important role in conserving the biodiversity in these landscapes, which is the reason why loss of biodiversity and loss of nature-based technology is completely intertwined. And so this is a book that I wrote and was published at the end of last year. And today I work as a landscape architect. I'm an urban designer. I'm a professor. I teach at Columbia and I teach at Harvard. And I also consult now for some big corporations to help them understand how to systemically change the way they're approaching sustainability and innovation and the future. And this book was really a catalyst for all the thinking that I've done over the last 7 years and putting out there where I think another realm that we haven't explored lies for us to think about the future. The title of the book is a word that I completely made up. It's a combination of two words: low tech, TECH, and TEK. And I mentioned TEK before, traditional ecological knowledge. And the title really makes sense given the material, if you get the opportunity to read it. Because what most people don't get is that it's also, the title of the book is also a bit of a provocation. It's a tongue-in-cheek joke. It's poking fun at us, and it's poking fun at our inherited biases towards local technologies and Indigenous cultures. Because a lot of these technologies often get ignored and assumed and called low tech or primitive, low TECH, and they're not that. They're incredibly sophisticated. They embody all of today's sustainability principles, like low embodied energy and low impact and low cost, and they form these closed loop systems. So traditional ecological knowledge, that forms part of the title, and it actually forms and underpins the foundational knowledge of the book. And it is this cumulative body of multi-generational knowledge as well as practices and beliefs. So it's really interesting when you start to think about it in the form of technology, that the technology is knowledge. It's also practices that are often embodied in rituals and ceremonies and taught through rituals and ceremonies, and the belief system. So the belief system is really about how human beings conceive of how they relate to nature. So there's so much within this idea of technology that is really, I think, beyond our conception of technology today. And TK is it's a system of nested concepts that explain the construction of the world around an individual. And this is a brief explanation of what that is and a diagram. And so it includes like your local knowledge about your land and your environments and your animals and your elements in that landscape. It's your land and your resource management systems. Outside of that, it's your social institutions, which could be like ClimateLaunchpad. And it's also your world beliefs or your views about, as I mentioned before, your relationship to nature, human beings' relationship with nature. And so radical indigenism, it was not something that I made up. It is a philosophy that was written by a Princeton professor, Eva Marie Garut, and a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. And she talks about looking into indigenous philosophies and knowledge to look for knowledge that is capable of generating new knowledge to help us understand new ideas within the contemporary world. And so I really looked at this concept and this theory and brought that into the realm of my discipline and design and sustainability and said, well, what is within local technologies, within indigenous philosophies, within indigenous nature-based cultures that really could allow us to generate new knowledge and new dialogues about sustainability and about human relationships with nature in today's context. And so low tech really, it's a movement to rebuild understanding and indigenous philosophies and vernacular architecture, and especially I would say new infrastructures for climate resilience and sustainability. And the reason I think it is really important is because we need to get very serious about climate change and mitigating climate change. And we really need to consider that is the most effective means by which we're doing this by replicating a small number of high-tech and pretty costly solutions that are developed by wealthier nations? Or is it really that we're going to have to investigate low-cost solutions that are already in existence and think about how we scale those? And so we find ourselves often that I talk about we're drowning in this age of information and we're starving for wisdom. And we can either continue with the narrow view of technology that was informed several hundred years ago during the Enlightenment and has been based on our distance from nature, or we can acknowledge that the dominant view of technology and our relationship with nature is just one model of progress, and it's just one way that we can relate to our environments. And it's not the only way for humans to live and to respond to climate crises. And we should understand that there are hundreds, and if not thousands of technologies that are local technologies created by communities that haven't yet been looked at, that haven't yet been explored and understood in the context of sustainability and climate change. One technology I want to take you through, which is incredibly interesting, is a technology that's found in parts of the world where rivers are left contaminated with sewage. And there's an Indian city of 15 million people that uses its floodplains to treat half its wastewater. So this is a diagram showing how this process actually happens over 30 days. And it happens through a combination of sunshine and sewage, as well as symbiosis between algae and bacteria. And that breaks the wastewater down, which comes in about 95% water and 5% waste. And the way it's broken down is through a series of ponds that eventually go from just water ponds into fish ponds. And so this is an image of this system. It's on the edges of the city of Calcutta. It's flanked by a smoking escarpment of the city's trash. It is ribboned by the city's highways. It's on that fringe of development. It's this huge, vast system of managed what looks like natural landscapes, but it's 300 fish ponds. And this is how the city's water is cleaned, but it's also producing the city's food. And so this innovation, it's not just a model for chemical and for coal power-free purification that provides over 100,000 jobs for the city of Calcutta. It's also because the city of Calcutta has no formal treatment system. It's the only way that the water can get cleaned before it enters the Bay of Bengal. And so whether it's carbon emissions or whether it's viral transmissions, ecosystem resilience and looking at these technologies is really going to be so fundamental to our understanding of how we're going to deal with climate change and situations like global pandemic. And climate change has really shown us that our survival is not dependent upon superiority over nature. It's dependent on this idea of symbiosis. And so many interesting things happen within this relationship of symbiosis that we haven't yet explored as forms of technology in nature. And so shifting our thinking from this idea of survival of the fittest to survival of the symbiotic is going to be a really critical first step, I believe, in getting us to explore what are the opportunities available to us. And I just want you to imagine what we can actually learn from the thousands of nature-based cultures about how to design nature-based technologies and settlements and futures so the mistakes that we've made in the past won't be repeated in the future. Thank you.
Oh, now thank you, Julia, for sharing this great exploration as research you have been doing. Very inspiring. What I would like to investigate with you is the following. You say, rightly so, there's already so much knowledge in humanity by building up all this knowledge in the last hundreds of years, maybe even millennia. And somewhere we became disconnected, I would say. We now believe in all kinds of new systems, but we're not able to connect to this old wisdom and old ways of approaches. Could we explore where this disconnection came about? Because if we know where it got disconnected, maybe we can also make the connection again. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So it's really been talked about that this disconnect happened during the Enlightenment period about 400 or 500 years ago. And it happened because there was this...
Anyway, let me know if you want to do it, because then I'll extend the zip car.
Okay. We've just got someone in the background.
We do.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to switch that off.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
I had a dog in the background before. It's fine. So it's talked about this period of the Enlightenment. If we want to pick a specific period, and it was the time in Western Europe when a number of technologies were identified and identified as technologies and said, these are technologies that will move forward, that will base progress on. And we can really see that these technologies then become a legacy by which we base a lot of the technologies of the future or the present now on, and thinking of the technologies of the future, and also have put us in the position where we see ourselves now in terms of climate change. And so at that time, we really did have hundreds and thousands of more technologies available to us, but it wasn't available for us to available for at that period of time for people to explore. It was in lands that there was no connection for information. There was a lot of technologies that were in lands that were colonized that were erased, that were ignored. And so there's multiple factors and multiple reasons why this happened, but that's really the period we can see when this real shift happened. We see it in arts, we see it in literature, that human beings really express this interdependence from nature.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting what you're now mentioning. But I also think we can now imagine a shift going on. And I think your book Absolutely. And your philosophy is really also about the shift. Where do you see very interesting connections being made now? Where do you see that these two philosophies of worldviews are actually not combating each other, but finding the symbiosis, as you beautifully put it yourself?
I think that, there's a shift, and I think it's mostly coming from nations that are still developing, that have, for a very long period of time, accepted that the technologies and innovations that are new, that are the best, are not coming from their local environments, that are coming from outside, that are coming from other nations. And as they've evolved these technologies and built with them in local climates and cultures, they've seen that often these technologies can't be managed when they are destroyed, they can't be repaired. They're actually not particularly suited to the local environments, and people are now starting to actually in these locations question the efficacy of whether these technologies should be applied. And so now we're starting to see that in my world, designers and people who are dealing with built environmental technologies are starting to concede and say, okay, well, what are the technologies that are actually in these local environments? They're probably going to work better than the ones that we're bringing. They're softer technologies. They're not hard technologies. They're not very costly technologies. They're built with your local resources. So mostly in developing countries, we're starting to see a shift slowly take place where there's a rejection, but also a call for more designs and more softer technologies in the built environment to be designed and evolved to deal with the crises.
Yeah, Michael's also now in our conversation. But one last question for you, Julia, and then let's go to Michael. What he thinks of what we have been discussing. How can we? You see the shift yourself, as you're mentioning, also in the developing countries. How can we accelerate this shift? What's needed to make sure that this kind of thinking, this approach, is becoming more impactful and more used to use?
Yeah, I think there's a twofold answer to that question. One is that there needs to be governmental support, and initially, like in the technology that I showed you, the farmers who are and the fish farmers who are actually working that system in India, they're only making money by selling fish or selling food. They're not making any money. They're not finding any reparation from the government, even though they saved the government about $21 million in place of the operating costs for a wastewater treatment plant. So there needs to be an incentivization and a recognition that there are communities who are providing natural services or free services to cities that are based on these nature-based technologies. I also think in the business sector, there's an issue with scalability and there's an issue with developing sustainable business models that can assist communities to scale. And that's just on that that side, dealing with developing countries. So there needs to be assistance on how individual communities can recognize, scale, be supported to scale these technologies in situ, in location, to assist local climate impacts.
Yeah, great 2 examples. Michael, what do you think? Could you add a third incentive needed? Do you think this shift is also important and part of solving climate change as such on this planet?
Well, so first of all, I'm at a slight disadvantage because I was moved to another room and I only heard the last a few minutes of Julia's intervention. But luckily I heard a bit.
Okay,
good.
I
know a little bit about. Before this, I did a bit of research. No, I think this is all fantastic, and I think that there is first of all, in terms of what Julia has just said about what is needed. There's an example. The UK is actually re-regulating entirely agriculture. So instead of the common agricultural payments, we used to pay for production of commodities, and then they sat in lakes and mountains of wine and milk and butter.
Yep.
And then they moved to paying people for land. Just you're a landowner, it could be a golf course, you get a subsidy. Now, where it's going is paid for services, for environmental services, watershed management, biodiversity, and so that's right across the UK. So that actually is, I think, in line with what Julia was talking about, but perhaps taking some of those small learnings about mangroves or about whatever, and actually saying, well, there's no reason that we should be doing this across one of the major industrialized countries that has had huge nature loss. I'm also seeing it in things like agrivoltaics. When you see a solar farm, what they first do is kind of destroy everything, put down gravel or concrete, try and stop, and then any weed that grows, well, actually, it turns out that there's a lot of crops that you can grow amongst solar panels. So you can have sheep quite like having shade at midday. There's also grown crops, that you can. You can't grow wheat underneath solar panels. But there's a lot you can do. And then I think also in the whole sort of biomimetics and design, and that's much more Julia's area than mine. I think giving meaning. Everybody's on a search for meaning. And so, just moving away from standardization and moving back towards much more of a connection. And, we see things like wind turbines made out of wood, wind turbine towers made out of wood. potentially. It's like, well, that's good for the climate, but also how meaningful. I mean, I think wood, there's a spirituality in wood. So like for like, I'd rather have wood than not wood.
Absolutely.
And I think we see that across some of these new energy, with some of these kind of transition technology. Even the hard technologies are getting a bit soft around the edges.
Yeah. Great extra examples. Julia would like to slowly respond. We also have some questions from our viewers.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say there is, like, if you want to deal with cities, there is this idea of like symbiotics between different industries. And so pairing industries that might share resources and siphon different inputs and outputs between, you know, if you have a brewery next to a bakery, they might share different resources and inputs and outputs. And that's a really interesting way to start thinking about this sort of collaboration between multi-stakeholdership entities within cities as well, which I think is an exploration on the forefront that could you know, have a completely different idea of this, what is symbiosis in our built environments.
Yeah. Great. I have a question here from one of our viewers. In what ways can you maximize low-tech ecosystem service functionality in a space car city? Let's start with Julia, but maybe also Michael have some ideas about that.
I think, you know, I think what we're seeing now where we are is to understand that our cities, maybe their density, maybe the idea of maximization, maybe the idea of sort of infinite limits and always trying to scale up as much as we can, that needs to be fundamentally questioned. And so the idea of and across the board, different systems will respond in different ways. For example, the city of Kolkata, that system expanded as the population expanded 400% in the last 40 years. But other systems are never going to be expanding in the same way. And I think we need to question the efficacy of our cities being under this assumption that we can just scale and expand with exponential growth as well.
Okay, clear answer. For Michael, maybe you want to respond, but there's also another question for you. Look at new technologies. Do you have suggestions for what some scalable old technologies?
Scalable old, did you say?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I want to just let me come on.
Yeah, sure.
I think we're at this extraordinary point because it's not only the various kind of climate and other crises, but also because of COVID and because of just trends. In fact, they were there before COVID, that people wanted livability. You know, I was on the board of Transport for London as Boris was pushing through the cycle superhighways against enormous resistance from some very traditional thinkers in real estate, some of whom are even on the board, you know. And what happened was progressive employers said, well, we want to hire, you know, the sort of people we're trying to hire, highly educated, mobile citizens who can go and work in Paris or in Barcelona or in Kolkata or wherever. They want a livable city. And they want to be able to have active travel, to move around, and you know they want some trees, and they want some, you know, they just want a livable city. The other thing that happens is that we're still in an environment, even in London, where we sort of pave over everything because it's low maintenance, and then we have a problem of floodwater, so it ends up being very expensive managing floods, and we have a lack of employment for people who come through the system without the skills to be a management consultant or a programmer or a technocrat or whatever you know, and so we're, you know, the holistic solution is let's have some green, let's have sustainable drainage, and let's have loads of jobs for people doing gardening and tree management and so on. And it's a much better solution, even in London, which is a very dense, it's a densely populated city, but actually it also qualifies under various sort of conventions as a forest, because, you know, no forest is 100%, you know, tree cover touching. So actually it turns out that London is a national park city and could be classified as a forest. So, I mean, I don't know if you could do the same things in Hong Kong or somewhere that's really intense, but COVID changes everything as well, because why do we need a city if we're not working 5 days a week in an office? And the answer is we need cities because because of human interactions and because they are very efficient. You know, going up or going dense is also a way of reducing your impact on the countryside surrounding. I'll also give a plug for something that I'm doing around mountain regions. We all talk about smart cities. Every city has a hinterland, has a service area, and a lot of, and when we have not integrated, people have emotional links back to where their family was originally from. And in mountain regions, the villages in the mountains are emptying out. The people go to the cities agriculture doesn't work up there. The environment gets damaged in the mountains first. But actually, the answer is to look at the city and the mountain, the city, and then as it goes into the highland. And huge innovation there. I don't know that I didn't answer a bit about old technology, but I came back in strong on cities.
Yeah. No, you did. No, it's interesting because you approach the city more as a region or the connection with the outer lands.
Absolutely, Julie, it has to be. I think.
Yeah. And Julia mentioned the Guardian article.
Sorry, can I come in on an old technology?
Yeah, and then we go to Julia. Yeah, so very short, please.
Which I absolutely love. Walking.
I like that. Let's all turn into Venice because then you have to walk. Julia, what do you think? Because Michael has been exploring also this phenomenon of city, how we approach the city. You use the Guardian title, Dumb City. What are important parts how we can rejuvenate but also make our cities sustainable as themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the 15-minute city, what Paris is actually promoting now is a really incredible idea. And I think what Michael's getting at is that, the way that we've progressed up until this point has been, a way where we don't see the indirect costs of how we're progressing. So yes, we have Hong Kong and we have, incredibly dense and incredibly high, but to what impact is the air pollution? To what impact do we destroy our drainage systems? To what impact does that island become incredibly vulnerable to sea level and storm rise because of some of the global impacts of always expanding and increasing air pollution and increasing carbon emissions? And so we're now starting to sort of really reckon with that moment of we haven't understood our indirect costs and we need to do that now. Hong Kong originally, some of that landscape and as well as Shenzhen, those interfaces between wetland ecosystems and waterfront ecosystems, that was filled with polder dike technology. And, polder dike is the classic form of flood mitigation from the Dutch. But what we find is that all over the world, the Indonesians, the Chinese, they have their own independent local form of polder dike system. But in China, it's also aquaculture and silk farming introduced into the polder dike system. So there are incredible ways that we could rethink this idea of technology to deal with, say, flood mitigation as a classic polder dike system, but build it, weave in the local culture, weave in the threads of history, weave in the understanding of the local construction techniques to make
very clear.
Incredibly sophisticated ways to deal with those systems in situ in cities.
Thanks so much, Julia, and thanks so much, Michael, for a very, very interesting chat, and I think we'll really progress in this movement. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
By going back in time.
Exactly.
That's the great thing. Thank you both. Time to stretch our legs. Only very shortly. We'll be back at 15 minutes past the hour, which is in a couple of minutes. And we will then look into how your city and your country can create jobs and help economic growth while tackling climate change. See you in a couple of minutes.
Some stupid shit, you always reassure me. You save me. Ooh, I'd be nothing without you. Ooh, there'd be no song without you. Without you.
should fly to the sun. Function. There's no life if there's an absence of blood. I don't even feel our hearts beating. So maybe there's an absence of love.
It's great to have you back here at a beautiful day where we have a great afternoon on chats when it comes to how to build the right ecosystem for all the solutions that we're looking for when it comes to combating climate change. Clean tech is, of course, a very important topic in that it's a great business opportunity, but the question always is, how do you create the right moment and how do you create the right ecosystem around that? And what does our cities and our governments, what kind of role can they play in making the right incentives? We have another two great guest speakers, guests we were going to discuss with. They have also prepared a little presentation. We're also going to look into their insights when it comes to creating the right ecosystem for all the opportunities that we can see according to clean tech. We go to the founder and CEO of startup Geno, GF Gauthier. Let's see if he is already in our online studio so we can have his insights when it comes to the possibilities for our cities, our countries to create the right jobs, the right ecosystem by combating climate change. Let's see. GF, Jean-François, are you there?
Yes,
and
hi.
are you there? I can hear you. Great. I've no visual yet,
Can you
but
see me too?
oh, and there you are. And I have a visual. It's very foggy around you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in Gig Harbor in Washington State on the West Coast.
Okay.
And we have our friends, the giant Douglas fir behind us.
Great. You have prepared a little some slides, I think. So let's go into them, and then we have a chat about your slides and your vision when it comes to creating the right ecosystem. The floor is yours.
Great. Yeah, I'll start this in a second. I just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you for being here, for working on this, the most important issues in the world today. And thank you for everyone supporting the startups. Congratulations to the startups. And let's make you more successful together. That's why I'm here. I think that's why all the supporters are here, to make you successful. It's about you. I'm a serial entrepreneur myself, so I know what I'm talking about. We need help from the whole community around us. I'm from Canada, from the north of Quebec City originally, but I've been in Silicon Valley for 26 years now. A little bit more than half of my life. I've worked in corporate innovation before that, and then became an entrepreneur. And since then, I've done 5 startups, a couple of exits, a couple of miserable failures. And Startup Geno is my 5th business that I start. And we just sold Startup Compass, the basically the ancestor of Startup Genome, to Sage, and then spin it off to continue the research and start advising governments on how to help us entrepreneurs. So let me share my slides. What I want to talk about is really how do we make green tech more successful? And, you know, across the last, I think 20 years, I've been an entrepreneur. I worked in life sciences, I worked in clean tech, and I worked in software, and that gave me, you know, a good idea of why clean tech is and green tech now have been so difficult, right? What are the barriers to success? Because I lived them, and then, you know, with Franz, with others, we started putting our minds together of like, what do we need to build to make the startups more successful in green tech? But Startup Genome, this is our mission, is to increase the success rate of startups everywhere. So every city captures its fair share of the new economy. You know, the success of startups should not depend on where are you from, your gender, your sexual identity, your social background. Right? Everybody should be able to succeed. So what we've built really is a global knowledge network to learn how do we build ecosystems. You know, we've powered the largest startup research in the world with this. We've had about 100 entrepreneurs like us take 15, 20, 30 minutes of their time to quantify how they live the ecosystem so we can learn what are the issues. And for each region, say, these are your most important gaps. You need to prioritize them. And then advising more than 100 government and private and public agency leader on what to do, how to do it, and learning from them, because it's really, we learn from each other. So when I advise, I learn a lot from the other ones, but then I spread what I learned to others. So the power of global networks is very important. And really what we're doing is, you know, driving this global startup revolution together. And we talk about it in our report, the Global Startup Ecosystem Report, the most read report about each city, what's going on, and we're inviting more and more to join us on this mission. But really what we've learned is that the power and the success of the ecosystem is about community. It's about relationships between us, about us helping each other. And I say we, it's of course the entrepreneurs, the founders, we help each other at a higher rate, we spread our knowledge, but also of course the investors, the accelerators, the mentors, the customers around us, all of that is important. But the network are the multiplier of success. A lot of people talk about funding and, you know, organization, accelerators as being very important. And of course they are. Then there's the regional assets around you, right? The IP that people produce, the corporate fabric, the universities, yeah, very important. But what multiplies success rates in Silicon Valley, in London, is these networks. How are we connected to each other? How do we help each other? And that's what creates economic impact. So what we do locally together is more important than what we do alone. And I always bring the example of Zuckerberg, right? The chance of success of Zuckerberg if he had started Facebook in a tiny startup ecosystem, right? Lagos or, you know, a small place. What do you think the chances of success of Zuckerberg was? 0%, 1%. Right? The success of Zuckerberg is the community of Silicon Valley and first Boston around him, right? The growth hackers, the engineers, the executives that know how to scale, the early stage investors, the later stage investors, all working to make Facebook successful. The founder is important, but the community is more important. And then there's the bigger we. This is the global fabric of knowledge that we call. And the entrepreneurs is the core of that network. Because entrepreneurs, we help each other, we tell each other secrets. We take the risk to give each other customer introduction, investor introduction. And so here's a real representation of the data. We did this first big study. By now we have probably 20, 30,000 entrepreneurs that took that answered those questions. How many people do I know in this other city, in Silicon Valley, in Tel Aviv, in Singapore, in Shanghai? But we've permuted all of the cities to see what is the design of this global community of entrepreneurs. And Silicon Valley is, of course, the most connected internationally. London is second, New York third, and we can map. And this correlates with startup success as much as funding, right? The availability of funding. So this is your source of knowledge of what's going on in my space in Singapore. If you go to Silicon Valley, you can find out what's going on in Singapore, in Shanghai, everywhere in the world. So this is your source of scale up potential. And the more we're connected to the bigger we of this global startup revolution, the higher our potential to create globally leading business models. Because I know what's been done, I also know what's failed. And that's very important. For me, that was one of my failures was due to the fact I didn't know that 8 other startups had failed at doing exactly what I was trying to do. And I wasted my time. I had Sequoia money. I had a founder that an exit at $100 million. But it didn't matter. I was not connected and I did not learn from their mistakes. So global networks is the multiplier of success. So now how do we apply that to green tech, right? And I want to bring the 4 elements of the green tech revolution that we want to support with Franz and everybody here is, so we can multiply the startup success in green tech. So of course, one of the first challenges is the seed funding. I know you've lived that. I've lived that even in Silicon Valley when I was trying to help other green tech startups raise money. But angel funding is very local. And in each city, there's very few angel investors who are experts in the technology or experts in the industry that we're targeting. And then you have the historical success and the returns are very low. So it's very hard to get angel investors. You present to 30 if you're lucky in an angel group, and maybe 0 to 1 understand the technology in the customer industry. And you cannot, if you have 1 who understands, you can't get 20. Then 20 needed to close a $500,000 round, which is needed to develop and fund a complex solution. And what we've shown at Startup Genome is that this is the seed stage is the beginning of the road to an exit, right? It's more highly correlated, the percentage of seed funded startups in an ecosystem to the percentage of exits, more correlated than any other elements. It's extremely important. The road to the fast growth of a startup starts with being seed funded properly by a business angel. So the earth, right? The first nutrients that you get is really this angel funding, business angel funding, not a grant, right? It's because the angels come with not only capital, but business expertise. They come with industry expertise. And because of that, they also come with the ability to introduce you to large customers later or channel. So what we want to build is, as a solution, is the global green angel network. It doesn't exist yet, which is amazing to me. But then once you have a global green angel network, now you can therefore find 1 in each city that care, and suddenly you have 10. And if you have 10 who understand your technology and the customer industry, you can get 10 or 20 to follow. And now you have a sizable round. And that allows you to close it a lot faster as well. So that's the first element. The second challenge that has kept the success of green tech down is the lead customer challenge. And I'm sure you've all lived that as well. It's very hard to get a series of climate-driven customers. Corporations at least customer, again, there are very few that are mandated and have the will to really take a chance, take a risk. Maybe there's 0 in your city, maybe there's 1, but it's very hard to line up a series of them. And the local governments, traditionally, they support their local solutions. They say, yeah, let's spread money on some green tech solutions. The problem is you get to the other cities and they founded another startup and you cannot line them up. So the second element to really help your seed that germinated in the earth of the angel funding is the water, is the global government procurement network. A group of governments that work together to say, we will support the best few solutions together. So we'll have a series of lead customers for them. We'll give them traction so that they grow and they deserve Series A instead of spreading our bets, 1 per city. So that's the second element. The third challenge is the growth capital challenge. So the historical returns on clean tech funds is 2% above the management fee versus 15% plus in the rest of tech. And in software, it's like up to 25-30% on the returns. So very, very low return. Too low for the clean tech funds to grow. They actually shrank in the last 10-15 years. right? Since the day that Al Gore went to Kleiner Perkins and John Doerr's daughter cried seeing the movie, and he said, we're going to solve green tech, clean tech with Silicon Valley capital. And they failed, right? Very, very low return. And the result is that the tech funds are smaller and they're more selective than in any other subsector. So we need to change that. We need to solve that. So the firepower of large and patient capital is to enable you to reach economies of scale and price competitiveness against traditional solution. You need to be able to scale. So what we're working on together is a global network of hybrid investors, right? Bringing the climate foundations and the governments together with the private VC investors. It's never been done yet. And foundation and governments bringing a part of the capital, and they don't really want a financial return, right? They want a climate return. This is great. They're focused on carbon impact. And so that 10% of capital can go and increase by 10% the returns of the private investors. And so that the private investors now get a fair return and want to invest more. So that's the third element of a solution. The fourth is really the business experience challenge, right? In clean tech, we've had very few very successful entrepreneurs, right? When I look at the top 10 largest companies in the world, there's no green tech companies, right? They're all software. So the software community has built a lot of experience in scaling companies, how to grow them, how to sell, whether sales technique, marketing techniques. In the clean tech community, we have less of that because within our smaller community, we don't have that much of that kind of experience. And what we learned at Startup Genome is the tech co-founders really raise the success to the seed round, but the business co-founder, when we look at the numbers, and we have more data than anywhere in the world, it raises the growth rate and the success to Series A of the startup. So the business-minded, the soft skills co-founder really brings the customer and the growth after seed. It's very clear in the data. So now there's not enough mentors in the clean tech industry with deep industry expertise and growth expertise. So we need to bring that together again. You know, and so the win in the sales for your business, the business and the growth skills, you know, like Tesla, who came from PayPal, really hard-nosed guy, financial guy, who came to work with Tesla and took it to what it is today, right? And so the network solution is, you know, joining forces with the experienced software and hardware entrepreneurs, the exec, the talent, the mentors, and bring them a real change the world mission. You've heard, I'm sure, all of our tech software entrepreneurs saying, I want to change the world. And from a clean tech perspective, we look at them and we say, I'm not sure we have the same definition of changing the world, right? Did Facebook change the world positively? I'm not sure. But when you bring them to clean tech like Elon Musk, he's proud of it. Like, yeah, now I'm going to really participate in changing the world. So it's bring them this change the world mission and bring their business savvy behind your vision. So this is the four elements of green tech, the four network solutions to the four elements of the green tech revolution that we're working on. And I invite you to work together to spread the success of the global startup revolution to green tech. You know, you're here today participating in the largest competition on green tech, and you have a lot of people around you, all of you, right? What's important today is the power comes from your relationship that you're making and how you care about each other and will help each other outside after today. This is where the power of all of us to succeed, to increase our success is. So I want to see in 5 years, I want to see when I look at the top 10 largest corporations, I see a lot of tech companies, software companies, one hardware company, Apple, and I see no green tech companies. And in 5 years, I want to see one green tech companies replacing an oil and gas as one of the 10 largest companies in the world.
That's a very clear mission. Thank you so much, Jean-François, GF. there's already one question from one of our viewers, but I would also like to ask you a question, because you also mentioned this importance of being in the right network, in the right ecosystem, and sometimes they're not an ecosystem yet, or there's not enough leverage. And it also connects to the question we got from one of the viewers. Entrepreneurs in less connected ecosystems, such as Nairobi or Dhaka, how can they access the networks and leverage their advantages without the ecosystem they have in place?
Yeah, so it has to be also two directions, right? First, help build your local community, make it better, right? If we all put our energies outside of our cities doesn't grow.
Yeah.
It doesn't get better. So first, think local, right? There are other great-minded individuals around you, and investors who want to give back, and mentors who want to give back, and even corporate executives, right? They want to bring you industry expertise. They want to help also. So use that and leverage that and brings relationship within them and call them upon it. And then, get out. And, the great thing about COVID is that the physical barriers are broken, right? This morning I told my family, I'm going to The Hague. I'll be back for breakfast. And in the past, you would not have had a speaker who was joining from another country because we want them to be there personally. So now is your chance to connect, right? Through this conference, but also anybody now accepts to talk one-on-one virtually. It was not like that 6 months ago. So
no, you're right. You're right. I've one question.
In a small city, reach out and organize calls, and you'll see that suddenly having a mentor in Silicon Valley that was very difficult 6 months ago is possible.
Very true. So, one request: can you close your presentation, please? Because then we have a different view for our viewers. Yeah, great. Thanks so much. We see you big now. It's also on our screens. A very clear answer on the question. But can you then maybe enhance a bit on what's the key to successful networks? You say invest in your own local network. That's the only way to grow it yourself. But if you give one or two indicators in such a newly created network, how it can actually grow really, really, really fast. What are your true growth tips for growing networks?
So growing networks about connecting and caring, right? It's not about getting a business card. It's about really calling back, right? And offering to help so that they care about you, you care about them. It's about the informal relationships between us. That's a real network, not the formal relationships. So that you can pick up the phone and help them, and they can pick up the phone and help you. In order to do that in the past, it was going to a conference, go drink with other people, right? At Web Summit and at Slush was, let's get out, let's party together, because now we're going to care about each other.
Yeah.
That's still available, and that's going to get more and more available in the next few months, hopefully. But then you can do that also by virtual meetings. It's more difficult. You need to follow up. Don't try to develop quality relationship with 100 people this year. That's not going to work, right? Create relationship with 5, 10 people and spend time, invest time in the relationship and offering them, what can I do for you? And before you ask, what can you do for me?
Yeah.
That's what the driver of a real network is.
Okay, great. And then it's interesting you mentioned software is doing great. Clean tech is not so much. There's not much capital around. There's not a big guy or a woman around who can actually be the image of this. How do you see this shifting?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, there is Elon Musk, okay, but there are not many more software heads we know, and that's in clean tech. So where do you see this shift happening? Is already a shift happening from software to clean tech, and if so, where is this shift going on?
Well, I think the urgency of green tech and climate tech has grown a lot.
Yeah.
Since the last time I was in clean tech about 8-9 years ago, much more urgency. So I think that the inflection point is happening, but the problem has never been us entrepreneur and clean tech. Right? We've already vision driven. We know this was coming. We're working hard, wanted to change the world, have an impact, save the world. The problem has been around us, right? And how do we increase the success? So the inflection point, I think, is happening as more investors, more serial entrepreneurs want to come in and help in green tech specifically, right? A lot of successful software people I want to help the next generation of software. But some of them are seeing the climate change and the climate risk, and they want to help. So this is where the inflection point truly is happening, is where the investors, the successful entrepreneurs, the governments really really want to see it as an urgent matter. And COVID, in a way, has released a lot of new budget that is more flexible than what it was last year. I work with them, I know what I'm talking about. And now suddenly, they can say, okay, right, we didn't have money for clean tech last year, but now there's so much money to save the economy. Let's put 10%, let's put 30% in green tech. So I think this inflection point this year can happen, but we need to work together, and we need to solve those big barriers that have held back the subsector.
Earlier this afternoon, we had Frank Heemskerk, the Secretary General of the European Roundtable of Industrialists. And with him, we also explored this notion of how can big corporations be connected to the startup ecosystem, because therefore also maybe some capital comes around, maybe the right skills, but also, of course, creating the right ecosystem. Where do you see some challenges, but also some good examples where making the connection between these big corporations and a startup, maybe even in the clean tech sector, where we can really make this difference that's needed fast, as you say yourself?
Yeah, what I've seen is in the last 20 years, I've been an entrepreneur, is that executives in large corporations want to work with younger individuals, more innovative individuals, and some of them want to stop working for a corporation and join a startups, and their path to that, they see it as starting to help startups. Call upon them to help you. Don't call upon them to sell. This is not the first step, again, right? Call upon them to say, hey, you know a lot about the utilities and your unit economics and the challenges you have right now, and you know a lot about technology. Can you advise me? Now develop a relationship. They give back, they like it, they like you, and now they give you some knowledge, and later they'll be able to maybe bring you in front of the corporation. So the first step is about you bringing them the juice, the excitement of working on a new technology and a climate-saving technology. So bring your executives in as mentors first. And when I talked about business angels, this is where also some of them are.
Yeah.
Business executives who made money and now they're investing, but now they bring you capital, they bring you industry expertise. But then this is the door open to pitch to the corporation and other corporations, because they know all of their peers in other corporations later. So bring them in.
Nice. We have a question from one of our viewers. Where can one find the right ecosystem for their startup?
Well, so, right now it's very hard to move. So I think the right ecosystem for your startup, in terms of startup ecosystem, this is where you are.
Yeah.
Of course, we've seen all the time, we've tracked, a big part of our research was how many entrepreneurs move. A minority of us move, and they move to the highest performance ecosystems. In clean tech, we're actually going to publish a report within a few months about the ranking in clean tech. I think we did last year, so you look at our report. So of course, because I'm an entrepreneur, our ranking is based as where can you have more chances of success to create a high performance startup. So our ranking is asking only that question. It's not about any other question, really. So this just gives you a list of, what are the best ecosystems where there's access to talent, access to funding, all of this that you need. So you can move to those ecosystems, right?
Yeah.
But first, again, give back to your ecosystem, build it locally, and connect to those ecosystems. Because when you go to another ecosystem, every ecosystem has some gaps. When you're connected to people in several ecosystems, entrepreneurs first, they'll introduce you to investors that care, right? In their cities. Now suddenly you have investors from 3 other cities, and talent and customers. So, build your network across a set of different, really top ecosystems. This is your first set of power, and maybe later when you have more money and you can move post-COVID, then maybe you choose one of those cities. But first, connect and leverage your network to reach those assets, those resources, knowledge in those top cities.
That's how it works. Jeff, for now, a big thanks. We'll see you a bit later after our next guest to have another public Q&A. But let's go to our next guest. See you in a bit, Jeff.
Should I click leave room then?
Yes, please.
I find it fascinating, Farid, that most of our speakers today mention COVID as an instigator for good.
Absolutely.
I wasn't expecting that, but maybe that's the world of startups.
Well, they always see opportunities, right? So
exactly.
And this is an opportunity.
It is, it is. So let's add to the conversation now Bianca Dragomir. She is CEO of Avazen Clean Tech Cluster Valencia, where she replaces the status quo with open, entrepreneurship-driven ecosystems and thus leading a new generation of clusters across Europe and beyond. I hope I pronounced your company name correctly, Bianca.
Yes, you did. Hello.
Wonderful. So we'll be listening to your short presentation, after which we will talk a little bit more on what you just told us then. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let me just share my screen with you. I hope you can now see it.
Yes,
we
can.
That?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So thank you very much. It's wonderful to connect with you and with the whole world of clean tech ecosystem that is connected through this screen. I've really been enjoying the clean tech business bliss yesterday and today at this conversation, and I'm very excited to share with you some of the missing keys in creating a world-class ecosystem to fix climate change, based on my experience as a cluster leader at the Clean Tech Cluster in Valencia region, also as ambassador of European clusters after being awarded as European Cluster Manager of the Year by the European Commission, and my experience in developing clusters of change together with the Commissioner of Industry and Vice President of the Commission in designing an Industry 2030 strategy for Europe in the past years. But first things first, what is a cluster? I guess that some of you may be wondering. Well, clusters basically are networks that unite businesses, startups, investors, business angels, research and development organizations, and governments at different levels in order to, in a particular industry and in a particular space, usually a region, creating an innovation ecosystem. What is cool and interesting is that in a cluster, businesses create more jobs, they pay higher than average salaries, so they do better. And also they create more innovation to market. There are more patents also created. We could say that clusters basically connect the right people at the right time in order to boost and drive innovation and exponential impact in a particular industry. Now, because we speak about the change that is accelerating, clusters are perfect tools to scale up, to do things with more speed and also with more impact, which is even when we speak about clean tech, more important than ever now. Now, I like to think about also clusters as climbing. It's like being in a cluster or connecting with the cluster is like climbing a mountain and receiving a jetpack. This is what a cluster feels like. As the CEO of the Clean Tech Cluster in Valencia, I lead an ecosystem with 300 public and private stakeholders, from renewable energies to smart cities or circular economy. And the businesses in this cluster have a total annual turnover of 3 billion euros, and they gather about 6,000 green jobs. Now, when I became CEO at this cluster 8 years ago, I found out that Spain had recently put a tax on the sun, which meant that anybody who wanted to build a renewable energy project in the country with more than 300 days of sunshine per year had to pay the total amount of it, the cost of it, of course, plus a tax on the energy that it generated. As you can imagine, that literally killed the sector. So the number of businesses at the cluster that I was leading dropped from 235 to less than 100 in less than a year. And on top of that, due to the financial crisis, the Valencian region had slashed the support for cluster organizations and ecosystems. So there I was with bankrupt cluster, sector, and region. And that was the point, the starting point of the turnaround, of the reinvention of this business model of a cluster. And it happened actually in 4 steps in the next 4 years. First, I actually turned the organization from a public-private cluster relying on subsidies into a self-sustained business generator. And I did that by basically sitting down with each and every of the businesses at that moment. And I designed a tailored action plan on a no cure, no pay basis, which meant literally that a fee, the membership fee, could be claimed back in case the objectives that I would agree with these businesses would not be met during the year. And that was the first cluster in Europe that actually dared to take this strong commitment with the sector and managed to pull it off successfully. Because as a result of that, we turned the cluster into fully financially self-sustained. And actually, in short time, we managed to bridge the internationalization to drive more than 100 SMEs globally. Now, the second step with the sector now afloat, but also in lack of the domestic clean tech market, still was to reignite the sector from the innovation, to place entrepreneurship at the core of the sector. Actually, I placed entrepreneurship, business angels, venture capitalists, and the innovation and entrepreneurs at the very DNA of the cluster. And I did this actually in partnership with the Climate-KIC. I launched the ClimateLaunchpad at that time, the first edition, and also the first Clean Tech Accelerator program, the Climate-KIC Accelerator in all Spain, in a joint systemic effort with several cities in Spain, with the regional government, with the business angels community, and with bigger corporates. And that was the start of the basis of the innovation ecosystem there. In this effort, after 4 years, more than 100 startups have reached the market. And this is only one of the examples. Arox has created a coating system for the wind power blades that is actually able to increase the efficiency of the blade in a 30% and to lower the maintenance cost in a 40%. In the context of a cluster, we connected this startup. We brought it from idea to startup, and then we connected it to Vestas to scale up the solution. And actually nowadays, the solution has been scaled up exponentially and has also already passed through several rounds of investment. This is another example, which is a foldable container that is revolutionizing the maritime transport of goods in Valencia. And the cluster connected this startup with the city and with the Port of Valencia, where actually this product is put in the market. This is another one, another example of a startup that developed a 100% organic ecological product that is dissolving the plastic. Actually, all these startups have passed through ClimateLaunchpad. They started as a business idea, and then they reached out to wider market. Not all of them reached to the finals, though, but then many of them reached the market. And I think that's a very important thing. And based on this success, and we expanded the formula together with Climate-KIC towards 12 European regions, where the accelerator has created more than 275 startups in the next 2 years. A third step was actually to branch out with cross-sectorial collaboration. We had to bridge business opportunities no matter what. So we found out there was a very interesting link with industries and with cities. And actually, we incorporated in the cluster. At the moment, we have more than 70 cities of different sizes, from 500 inhabitants to more than 1 million, that are actually co-creating hand in hand with our businesses, with the investors, and with the research centers to shape transitions into market, and actually to co-design the cities of the future. We link problem owners the cities as problem owners with solution providers coming from the businesses, whether they are startups or SMEs or larger corporates, but also entrepreneurs. If the solution is near, we bring it close to the city in order to get it to the market. But if this doesn't exist, we co-create it. That's a business opportunity for our entrepreneurs, for our innovators, for our universities. And that's how we orchestrate, we shape transitions into action. And we add another layer, which is the funding, which is coming from public or from private VCs and business angels, all together co-designing the cities of the future. You can have more information here. Now, 2 weeks ago, we, in order to scale up this, we have actually launched a new hub, which is the Green Innovators Hub, where we connect entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs with large companies, utilities many times, and cities in order to put their pilots in the market. Every time at different events, we have an investment round. And actually, we had the first investor forum a week ago in a virtual format. And one of the startups in our cluster, which has proposed a solution on hybrid storage, has looked for 1.2 million euros of investment. That was pretty exciting. And the fourth step actually was the most important, basically, because it was actually related to creating the domestic market opportunities. The elephant in the room was actually the lack of this domestic market because of the Spanish regulation at that time. So we took up also this legislative battle, and working with the regional government of Valencia, we managed to obtain a partial compensation of the tax on sun for households and SMEs in the region. And that actually contributed to unlocking the solar self-consumption of energy, but also to trigger reduction in the energy bill to up to 25%. We also collaborated with the region to unlock a 1.5 billion euro market opportunity in the wind power sector for wind power SMEs. There were big lands that were actually allocated to big multinationals for the construction of wind parks, but actually that they had never been built. And now these are going to be turned and are being turned as we speak into many self-consumption hubs built by our SMEs and in collaboration with local communities. So my story is the story of a cluster leader that dared to lift all boats and actually push the boundaries of the ecosystem around it and creating a flourishing ecosystem, catapulting hundreds of startups and SMEs and connecting them with bigger corporates, industries, cities, and city and regional governments to actually create impact on clean tech. Now, there are almost 300 European clusters of different sectors in Europe. And they offer the opportunity to test, to scale impact exponentially, especially when working on clean tech. I've developed in collaboration with industrial leaders of Europe and the Commissioner of Industry, the 7 stepping stones for the next generation of clusters, which I name clusters of change. They are open, innovation-driven, entrepreneurship-driven clusters that actually develop and accelerate exponentially innovation to market in a cross-sectorial and interconnected way. There's more information on clustersofchange.eu, and also driving green transitions through clusters will be scaled up exponentially in the next stage through the first European Cluster Accelerator, whose first edition was launched last year, also in collaboration with the European Commission and with Climate-KIC. Now, building innovation ecosystems is definitely not rocket science, but there are a few missing keys if we think about how to do it more effectively. First, as the author says, first break all the rules. Thinking about the rules as the conventional wisdom. We need to dare to test new business models, to incorporate new business and cluster models to flourish new innovation ecosystem across Europe. The opportunity is big if we think that 90% of the industrial activities in Europe are developed in ecosystems, and that the European clusters actually gather more than 20% of European jobs. And this is what actually inspired me. And I think it's perfect to say this at the Global Green Business Idea Competition. Most of you that are listening are startups. Actually, you were my biggest inspiration. I think that all clusters need to think and act like startups. It starts with the startup approach, nailing the pain, integrating a multiple need, and actually delivering a solution fit for purpose for the market. Integrating a multiple need because ecosystems and clusters are these neutral organizations that actually are able to speak at different level to the government, to the VCs, to the business angels, to research, and of course, to understand the startups, integrating their multiple needs to actually shape transitions into action. But also another missing key in my view is to build the IKEA effect. It's something that I've done, creating that sense of co-ownership. Why do we like IKEA products? Well, because actually when you buy a product, it doesn't the process doesn't end up there. You just need to bring it home and to finish the product, to assemble it. That creates a sense of co-ownership of the change. That's what I did in my cluster. And I think that's one of the successful formulas to actually make sure that you integrate different players, different levels, different leadership in a multi-dimensional conversation about innovation. And last but not least, be and act as an innovation broker. Whether you're a startup, whether you want to connect to innovation ecosystem, whether you are an ecosystem builder or a visionary government, be and act as innovation broker, there to partner shamelessly, there to connect at all levels within the cluster, within the ecosystem, outside the ecosystem, at local level and international level, integrating these multiple layers of leadership. It's the key. Because clusters and ecosystem really can catalyze change at speed and scale, and this is what we most need actually in the clean tech industry. So let's not let's not miss the speed of change. Join the wave, join the clusters of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Bianca Dragomir. I must commend you on your creative and daring approach. I have only room for one question to you, unfortunately. What, if anything, do you think the world can take away from what you have achieved so far?
Well, I think that, no matter how difficult or different the funding is across Europe, across different regions, across different ecosystems, I think I am the proof that creating a flourishing world-class ecosystem is possible. And if I could do it, anybody can do it. Maybe using part of these missing keys that I gave, maybe integrated them, most probably integrated them according to the local characteristics. But, if I could do it, anybody can do it. And definitely ecosystems and clusters offer the opportunity to test, to scale, to project ourselves into the future. And the future is definitely clean tech. So clusters and clean tech are a match made in heaven, I think.
They have just given me 4 extra minutes, so one more question. There is resistance to what you're telling me. To me, it makes sense what you tell us. So how can we overcome that resistance, do you think?
Well, I think that we need to have to arm ourselves with the role models, with the stories that actually have shown that this is possible. That we need to look at what is needed and to what is possible, and then see ways, creative ways, in which we can, actually make it happen. I think we also need less management and more leadership. There's a status quo.
Less management, more leadership. That's yes. Excellent. Yes.
Yeah, less management, more leadership. When we speak about ecosystems, when you speak about exponentially driving green transitions, driving innovation to market, we need to dare to be bold, to be open, to be multi-collaborative, to partner shamelessly with any stakeholder, whether it's part of the an organization or not. There's always opportunity. So I think that openness, that working on a mission-oriented approach as well, I think that's the key. Well, and nowadays, even more with COVID, we need this bold leadership. I think it's about that.
Yes, well, you're leading by example. That's a true fact. I think JF Gauthier is still with us. JF, can you join the conversation and maybe respond to Bianca's presentation? I don't think JF Gauthier is still here. No, I think he has left us. Anything you would like to say, Farid?
Absolutely, because what I'm so curious about, maybe if JF is joining us later on, also the same question for him, but we're talking about the importance of the ecosystem, of making the connections within your surroundings and therefore making the right impact and can accelerate. But how do you make sure everybody speaks the same language? Because everybody comes from so many different angles that sometimes maybe it's hard to make sure that everybody's on the same page. How did you do that? That make sure that everybody's on the same page and therefore can really make the difference?
Well, I love this question because actually you nailed it. It is an issue. Not everybody speaks the same conversation, or at least not at the beginning. It's a process. It takes time. It takes energy. And I think energy is the key. I think that 90% of the job to be done is your energy. If you don't have the energy, be nice or find the right tools.
Yes. And make sure it's green energy too.
Exactly. But we do need to energize these ecosystems. It's about orchestration. It's about shaping this transition into action, including different stakeholders and really being able to speak in the language of the national government, the regional government, what is needed, what is possible, what is important for that, then coming with solution, bringing that, breaking the status quo and the barriers, because actually we speak about integrating a multiple need and a multiple voice, and that's why ecosystems are key in this, because they are able to have this approach in which everybody is part of this change and becomes proud of this change.
Yes. JF, a short reaction, please, to Bianca's story.
I'm sorry, I was dealing with technical issues and joining, and I didn't hear the question.
Okay, so in essence, the question was about the importance of language, that everybody's on the same page and speaks the same language in ecosystems which are themselves very diverse. So having the same language is very useful to accelerate and make impacts. And then Bianca said, well, it's really about energy. It's about how much energy we put into the ecosystem, and therefore things become aligned, and it's easier to have the same language, which is useful to create a common understanding.
Yeah, and I think, from my experience as an entrepreneur, and, I think entrepreneurs are all very smart. Well, a lot of us are ADD, we have very low attention. We want to convince, we want to say we're right, we have an amazing thing, you should listen to me. But, we need to change our attitude, and I learned that too slowly, right? It's like, listen. Learn from the other ones. What are their needs? Understand what their needs are. Put yourself in their shoes. This is your solution. And one of my friends and collaborators created an organization called Your Ideas Are Terrible. Right? Don't believe your ideas is so good. Right? Your idea is the first seed, and now to flourish, it needs to connect with others.
Yeah.
You need to understand them. So listen to the different corporations, to the angel investors, to the investors, to the partners, to the other entrepreneurs. Learn from them and be the bridge between them.
Yes.
And make your idea flourish and change, and be okay with changing your idea. Be humble. This is one of the things about like mentoring startup founders is like, is the person coachable? And that means, is the person humble enough to listen?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Humility.
you need to learn more.
Humility.
I've been learning like crazy.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
Bianca, last reaction before we close off today?
Well, I couldn't agree more with Jean-Francois. He said in his presentation, he started with the fact that the power lies in the community. I think we could run up with that. We can wrap up with that. I fully agree with it. And I think that we are at the time when default option is not an option anymore, where whether you speak about doing business or doing an ecosystem. And I think it's a wonderful time for us to be and to connect and to be part of this conversation especially connecting it with the clean tech. So really excited about it.
Well, I guess we all are. So thank you so much, both of you, Bianca Dragomir and Jean-François Gauthier. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And remember, tomorrow is another big day, so we'll be talking more then. Farid, what do you take away from today? What is the one
there's
thing?
So many takeaways. I love this energy answer.
Green energy, yes.
And green energy between brackets. No, we had such a great overview. I mean, that low tech is also one of the knowledge powers we as humanity have, but how do we foster them and make the connection? So it's all about, it's already there, but how do we make the connection? I mean, big corporations are there, but how can they tap into the startup culture and therefore...
And vice versa.
And vice versa have to make. So it's all about the people who are willing and able to make these connections between these two. And I also think that some of the startups, which we'll see tomorrow as one of the winners, also will be helped with that next step, which is needed for
I agree.
the change.
Very valuable day we had today. So tomorrow is the grand finale. I'm sure you know by now, the grand finale of Climate Launchpad 2020. We will then hear from our 16 finalists who will pitch their innovations and vie for that coveted prize. Now, there is prize money at stake, so the stakes are high. And you, the audience, will be voting for your favorite finalist, and your votes will be added to those of the juries in a 50-50 ratio. So I'm pretty sure that the finalists will not sleep a wink tonight. We will start tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Please join us then on the ClimateLaunchpad.org website and find the link to the live stream. And anything else you would like to add?
No, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. To all of you in the whole wide world from us here in The Hague. It's been wonderful. See you tomorrow.